seconds, we got them wait. What? Took a little minute, was patient, but now we take it. Anytime we want in this game, my situation is entertainment intertwined with information. Alchemist soul, how we move the tassel and roll. It's amazing how we can turn something brass to gold. And we steady making hits. Architect with the prop in the scripts. It's logical that the product will flip. My boy Chef did the lineup, I'm fresh in the bitch. Carnivorous Podcast, the newest show on the list. DQ on the boat, so I'm rocking the ship. Swat the music gon' be dope and the artist legit. Hold my beard, concrete cord, then stepped in the door. See, that's my man and he reppin' for show. And true savior's a player with flavor. Lexicon Taylor, lines on point like a laser. We need that paper, we building the vault. Cause you niggas don't listen, y'all be waiting to talk. Lack accountability and try to make it our fault. But opposing us is trying to arm wrestle the hawk. You coming up short on your re-up, nigga we up. Really wouldn't want to be up. I kick my feet up, my beef is wagyu and my truck is all speakers. Bills is all blue and my blunt is all reefer. With possible deniability, that boy eater. High quality whack juice by the liter. They like to call us ops, we got Oppenheimer features. That's the bomb out on the island just to teach you.
Quanboy EP by DQ Hampton. From Waco to the world, Quanboy EP is the raw, unapologetic soundtrack of a country boy turned city king. DQ Hampton blends southern grit with East Coast wit, delivering a project that reflects his hustle, his risks, and his relentless ambition. This EP isn't just music, it's a statement. With hard-hitting beats, intricate wordplay, and a vibe that moves from smoked-out introspection to high-energy motivation. Quanboy EP takes you on a journey through DQ's life, where every bar is a lesson and every hook is a moment. From the deep bass lines that shake the block to smooth melodic storytelling, this project showcases why DQ Hampton is a force in the game. No gimmicks, just real music for real ones. Whether you're chasing paper, zoning out, or grinding in silence, Quanboy EP is here to set the tone. Welcome to the next chapter. Welcome to Quanboy.
Gotta hit it like tap it in the zone. Share it with the world, make the vibe known. Subscribe to the beat, feel it in your phone. Catch the waves we throw, you ain't alone. Like, share, and subscribe. Keep the rhythm alive, we thrive. Hop on this digital ride. Let's multiply the vibe worldwide.
What's up, y'all? Welcome back, man. Had a very nice time interviewing Professor James Smalls last night, and I wanted to be able to give people a chance to be able to come up on the panel, maybe express their grievances or agreements with it. You know, I know a lot of people are making big deals about how accurate some of the stuff he was saying as far as the migration patterns out of Africa. To me, that's not the big deal. I don't know if anybody was really able to catch what I was really trying to accomplish, right? I definitely wanted to get him in a cordial conversation and ask him some difficult questions. I think that is appropriate almost at any level of trying to accomplish something, right? Even if even my business partners, right? We will get ideas together and kind of like, push them around and test them against the algorithms and so on and so forth. We are always trying to like streamline what's the best way to do things, best way to accomplish something. So to have a goal as big and frankly as lofty as Pan-Africanism, I think it's a healthy conversation to try to go back and forth about how effective it is, how well does it apply to our situation, our living situations here in 2025 in America. I think that's important. I don't think that you can put enough emphasis on doing that, right? If not, he himself wouldn't make comments like it's up to the younger generations to pick up where they left off and improve upon Pan-Africanism, right? I think one of his direct quotes from yesterday was, "We need to build an Africa that we want to see." Now, not necessarily something I agree with at all. I don't see it that way. But it's fine it's fine that he does. I just wanted to be able to have a conversation with him, respectfully, hear him out, let him lay out what he feels about Pan-Africanism and moving forward, which he did, right? He actually, I feel like gave a perspective and a stance that I really wasn't prepared or expecting him to say. His stance was a lot lighter and it was less rigid than I ever expected it to be, right? I really expected the push for more militancy, right? The push for more of these boots on the ground movements. I have heard him say in other interviews that he's not big on marching, but when you're talking about organizing, you might want to, at times just show your strength in organization, right? When you have opportunities to organize and get together and show your force, you don't pass them up if you have said force on hand, right? Like if it's nothing for you to do it that way, why not? It's certainly not helping you. You are organized to pull it off. So, to me, there's a little bit of good give and take there. Next following this week for sure, that show is going to be clipped up, right? As much as I enjoyed it, I'm going to be able to certainly go back and listen to it and hear everything that he said and make some clips out of it, right? We're going to just condense some of the talking points down into multiple videos and let the audience kind of sort of have their opinion about what it is he said. Me personally, I think that he said several contradictions. Now that I did expect for him to do. Now, I don't think that's necessarily a bad thing. And what I mean by that is him saying it out loud and having it on tape. I think that might be something that other people who are more Pan-African centered in their thought process can make use from, right? We might be able to collectively be able to upgrade that game plan some. I think it's way too lofty. I think you've got too many issues between connecting culturally to these other people groups that are already in their culture, right? Who already are dealing with classism, already dealing with tribalism, already dealing with imperialism, to be frank, already have made deals with other countries to use their money to improve their infrastructure, right? And that's good for them, right? That's them acting on the behalf of Africans, which I expect them to do. What I find ironic is a movement that preaches for African Americans to do for Africans when I don't see it in return. I don't see large donations from African entities, institutions, governments or anything like that, as far as supporting some of the things that African Americans are doing over here, right? One of my favorite ones is the Flint water crisis. How much support did African Americans get from Africa during the Flint water crisis? What could they have done? That's also a good question. They certainly can't fly unauthorized, helicopters and airplanes into United States airspace and just drop off clean water or such and such. Like these things have to be agreed upon between the two governments. And so their jurisdiction is gonna limit how much they can participate in those type of things. Next time we have a police brutality incident, what is Africa hands, and I almost even hate saying it that way, because all of Africa isn't going to do it. You will never see a check signed by Africa, right? You're going to have to see it signed by one of these institutions, one of these governments, and so to look at it like we should be turning to Africa. First off, there's no evidence of them really doing very much like that, right? Me personally, we had a whole discussion for about 4 or 5 hours on how much Kwame Nkrumah did for African Americans. And you simply look it up, and the answer is just not very much, if anything at all. They say he was there in a symbolic type of support. I simplify that in he threw the fist in the air. Where the money at? Right? Where the receipts at? Is there an audit trail of some kind that we can lead back to African institutions? I don't see it. Unless you're trying to convince me that they cooking the books and not writing it down. But why would that be necessary if you're getting the money? For what? So it's tough, right? It is a very difficult conversation. Now here's where I did agree with him, right? I like the way he separated Black nationalism from Pan-Africanism. I'm not a big fan of labels, but if there was one that seems to make a little bit more sense to me, is Black nationalism, which is, as he explained it, just group economics, right? This would be people just coming together and using their economic power to help their community grow. We actually have examples of that in America. You can see the Jews pool their money together well in their community. The Chinese pool their money well together in their communities. Even though they might be splintered on politics and things like that, they managed to get the economics rolling. And we can absolutely take a page out of their book. That would be good for the Black community. But then you get yourself so wrapped up in these notions of we and us and the global African presence, and I don't be knowing what that stuff mean, y'all. I think it sounds good, but it don't really mean nothing. To me, it don't, right? Like some of them groups that we call an African, we imposing that upon them, right? They just might be dark-skinned people in another part of the world. Of course, if you want to make the argument everybody comes from Africa, well, then white people, come on, man. It starts to get crazy after a minute. So before it gets to that crazy, I kind of just, I get off the boat. You know what I'm saying? I definitely say, y'all got that. That's what y'all trying to do, and I got my lane where I can try to do, right? I'm a voter. I'm trying to keep up with politics these days. I'm trying to get my business acumen, my financial acumen up, right? That's where I want to be. I don't think you can do very much to help other people if you're in a position of need, right? So you gotta get yourself straight. And then when you think about that logically, I mean, what does that tell African Americans to do? It basically says before you can fix your neighborhood, you got to fix your house, right? Before you fix your house, you got to fix your family, like all of that stuff. You before you fix your family, you got to be fixed, and that's where it's gonna start. Right? Oh my God. That reminds me. The good brother Reggie came up last night. I actually appreciate talking to Reggie a lot. One of the things that he does that I don't appreciate personally, he does have this resume Reggie mode, right? As if his credentials allow him to just say whatever he wants unimpeded. Not necessarily something I agree with, but that's him, right? You know what I'm saying? I don't necessarily feel like it's a big deal, but I honestly feel like those days should be behind us, right? Those credentials aren't what allow you to be the authority on said subjects. what allows you to have the support that you get is really people who support your agenda, and they get behind your information, but at the same time they are really in support of where you're trying to lead them, right? They look at you as a community leader, and it's not the fact that you have written papers. Your writing of papers is prestigious, and it should be, it shouldn't be ignored. Don't get me wrong, but that don't mean that you hitting this button on YouTube any different than I am, right? At the end of the day, you might have something to say and more to say on certain subjects, but you're bringing an opinion to the table like anybody else. And shout outs to you. Hopefully we can have some more conversations. I'm always down to get some better understanding. But I'm definitely one of those people who believes in how you do things rather than what you do. Yesterday, some people might have tried to call me out for even having a conversation with Small. And I think I did a great job of how I had the conversation. I wish that some of those questions could have been answered a little bit more specifically, but he answered them, the way he would answer them. Right. I can't fault the man for that. And then, of course, by him being who he is, and I have enough respect for what his agenda is, it sounds crazy to me that I'm supposed to be going off on this guy. A man who didn't bring that kind of energy to me, in real life, would not be somebody who I just bring the energy to just because I disagree with him. It's crazy. It's kind of crazy that people who would come out and tell me, I don't care about Pan-Africanism, I don't care about Professor Smalls, eventually wanted me to in turn get into altercations with Professor Smalls, right? You want to see me doing stuff that you feel like either you wouldn't do, right? Like, I don't get it, right? I don't get why you would even promote that, or why that would be a good idea for you to feel like this whole unity argument, but yet you want to see me get into a verbal altercation with Professor Small. I don't get it. I don't get it, right? I feel like, to me, that says that I got more respect for what's going on, whether I disagree with it or not, than you do. You want to see me light it on fire. That's not really what my goal is, so I didn't. But what's up there, Brass? What's happening?
What's going on, big homie?
Man,
Quanboy EP in stores, man.
Hell yeah. Shout out to my man DQ, man. He's been working, bro. He kind of almost disappeared for like 2-3 weeks. Not, he was in the meetings and stuff. We'd hear from him. But man, I had no idea he was in the background that busy. He making videos, he making songs. He cutting up. Shout out.
He was gone. But yeah, I ain't trying to cut your wisdom. What's Chef at? I see. I came up because I thought y'all was doing something. I'm cooking out, doing the Sunday dinner thing for the family. But I'm listening to you. Yeah. Whatever you need from me, just let me know. I'm gonna do some background work.
For sure. I assume that he'll be up here soon. He hit me up in the Discord and said he was ready a couple minutes ago. So
you taking questions from the chat?
Yeah, I put it in there. I put the link in the chat.
I put the link in the chat. Yeah. But go ahead, brother. What y'all talking about? What you talking about? I ain't trying to cut you.
Yeah, I'm kind of just giving a little short recap, right? But from what I could tell, what was really surprising is his stances were a lot softer, than I would have assumed them to be. Even listening to him, most of the week, trying to gauge, get a gauge of what he was going to say. And some of the stuff that he said was a bit surprising, right? Like I wouldn't have expected him to say Pan-Africanism isn't real. I wouldn't expect him to only call it an ideology in our head, right? I wouldn't expected him to say that, right? I would have expected him to say, no, they do have an organization called the African Union, right? And we could have got into, so how does the African Union fund themselves, right? Are they self-sufficient, right? We could have got into those kind of conversations, but there was no need to. He basically separated himself from it. So that wasn't a road to walk down. To be honest with you, I feel like he did, in a different way, he did what I was attempting to do for me, right? And what I mean by that is the way he answered the questions, it, in my mind, raised more questions questions of why isn't this effective, right? Why isn't this catching on, even though the causes are noble? And that's kind of what I wanted to have the conversation about, right? You heard me ask that's a very good question. Every time I think about it in my head, it's a good question. If the Arabs have anti-black influences in Africa, how can a Pan-African movement not be able to unite against a smaller force like the Arabs in Africa, but claim to have in its crosshairs a much larger system with more resources of global white supremacy, right? Like that should be a practice run. We ought to be able to put everything in our ideology together and see how well it works on these Arabs, right? That should be like a practice run for them to get the Arabs out of there, at least the Arab influence. But the fact that it doesn't, to me, it shows a little bit of, like disorganization or people who are actually not as interested in what Pan-Africans in America are trying to accomplish versus Pan-Africans in Africa. You know what I'm saying? And there seems to be a very, very stark contrast. What's up with you, Chef?
What's up with Logic and DQ? How I sound? Am I good?
Yeah.
Nah, man, that was a great show and interview last night. I hope y'all really pick that up and run with that. I see a lane in you interviewing, you know what I mean, people. I see a lane in that. You got the demeanor for it. You feel me? And you look. I was trying. I said, this motherfucker look like somebody. You look like a young James Toney. Anybody ever told you that?
I heard that a bunch of times. Absolutely. James Toney, Joe Frazier. There used to be some dark-skinned nigga with broad shoulders.
Yo, I said this nigga look like a young James.
They got Logic up here with the Philly shell technique. I got it.
Joe Frazier got the double cross, man. He put the elbows up there.
Man. Yeah, but James Toney with that Philly defense though. You couldn't hit James Toney.
Yo, I said this motherfucker up here looking like a young James Toney.
And he grew the beard out like he been in training camp.
In training.
Boxers be growing their beard out all wild. They try to prove up in the Mount Adirondacks running.
Oh, that ain't DQ. That's Brash. You got DQ picture up.
No, that's the cover for the EP.
Oh, the cover
dropped.
for the joint.
I'm just doing a little support, just a little bit. Just a little bit. By the way, hey, can I say something real quick? Can I say one thing real quick? I want to sit back and listen to y'all because that's more y'all lane. But for all of y'all that really tried to figure out when he was saying some things that didn't necessarily make sense or saying some things that, we know ain't necessarily the consensus, they kind of fall under his belief. Do y'all like Peter Bagjuice? He put a comment in there that kind of sums up what I think about that. It says, dudes be cussing their grandmama out trying to convince them that Jesus don't exist. Do y'all realize, like, the conscious community, that ain't real. You ain't really supposed to be, like, cussing out elders about beliefs they got when they about to turn damn near 80 years old. Like, you can give them contention. You can give them some pushback. But that's not the time nor the place to get into, he didn't wait his whole life for Logic to argue with him about abos or something like that. Right. You hear him out, you interview him. I interviewed a guy who thinks that Latinos started hip hop. We've had a lot of interviews. Sometimes it's not the time and the place. So if y'all was looking for us to cuss him out or anything like that, you definitely on the wrong channel. That's gonna happen, right? In after parties and stuff like that. But that just wasn't. It's a no-win situation because if we don't give them pushback, you're saying that we softballing questions, and then if we do give them pushback, we're beating up the elderly. So there is no win in that. So we just chose the professionalist route, and that wasn't like he was paid to be there. We paid for that man based on his his history and his legacy to come up and talk to us. You know, he didn't have to do that. So I'm definitely not gonna. That wouldn't have been professional on our part. So if you're wondering why we didn't give pushback, that's what shows like this is for. That's what the recap today and the after party last night is for. And then I'll stand down.
Yeah, and to kind of add to that, man, I'll tell you what I can't shake. Something like literally internally for me, like I just can't shake the fact that I know this man went a large portion of his life knowing that he is willing to die for what he believes in. To me, that's, I mean, how can you get more, admirable than that? And then for me to actually be in alignment with his goals. Is his means I'm going to ask him questions about. But hell yeah, I'd like to see black people rise to, better heights in America. Hell yeah, I'd like to see him rise to better heights in Africa. I don't think that the two need to be necessarily be connected. But, if it were to happen, hell yeah, I'd cheer that on. I just don't want to necessarily have to do it through, in this, and I'm going to say in this particular case, but any means is a bit much for me. I can't go as far as I want to see any means. Excuse me. And we had specific conversations, right? Like, am I gonna demonize imperialism and yet allow dictators to do what they want to do in Africa? See, like I can't go that far, right? That don't sound like liberation at all. That sounds like some kind of selective thing that you got going on, and not you're just mad at atrocities, period. You don't want to see any sort of human atrocities. But no, that's kind of not the impression that it leaves on me. So
man, look, I like I said, like I told you, it wasn't the Pan-Africanism that was the issue for me. And that's good because we all approach these topics, right? From our own personal vantage point, right? See, you might see the contention in him using an outdated philosophy like Pan-Africanism. Brass comes at it from his political, you dig what I'm saying, angle that he looked at it from. Far as Pan-Africanism is a failed political ideology that doesn't fully conform with democracy or capitalism, right? Which is the driving political and economic systems of the world right now in this current stage of human history. But me, I have a little bit more, I'm more interested in history. So his historical leanings kind of, was a contention for me. He's a full-fledged abo. Right. Now, if a master teacher in this community is an abo, that means that you're pseudo. Being a Pan-African don't mean that you're pseudo to me. You dig what I'm saying? Right. But when you go abo,
yo, why do you say stuff? Why do you think we just gonna walk right past you saying what you said? You just say that one more time, just for me, just say that what you just said one more time, because that's important, bro.
Pan-Africanism is not a problem unless it's interfering somewhere in your. But you can see he can still conduct business. You dig what I'm saying? He brought a hotel in Africa, right? He looked like he lived in a decent home. He was a college professor. He was in the Navy, so his Pan-Africanism didn't stop him. You dig what I'm saying? From being a capitalist, right? Even because it's just an ideology, right? He see that the shit don't work. He said it. You do what was practical. Like he said that shit clear as day. You know what I'm saying? So I couldn't even fight against him on that, right? But then the historical part, right? Using abo. So if you're an abo, now you is a pseudo, right? That means that you believe, right, that we have a real legal way to attack the United States. Not just the United States, the states that we were born in. You dig what I'm saying?
Yeah.
The counties and the cities that we grew up in. Because you're literally saying that they deliberately taught you false information, false history in school. You are attacking the very institution of education that is the foundation to us even sitting here having these conversations in the first place.
Mm-hmm.
You're saying that the school systems in the United States, it is a conspiracy to teach us false history. Now we got a case, brother.
Right.
See, you're so smart. Now I know you playing. Because if you actually believe that, you will be fighting tooth and nail to change the curriculum in schools. You'll be trying to backdate cases to sue school districts and all of that, because that's what you're basically saying.
Right.
If you're saying that we are the original inhabitants of the Western Hemisphere, then they didn't lie to us in school. The government really owes us, not just us, all of the black people of the Caribbean, right? It was a collective conspiracy to lie to all of these people. Not to mention the hundreds of millions of black people in South America.
Right.
You did? So, I mean, come on now. But everything with Afrocentrism starts with they lied to you, right?
Right. You got to believe that.
You have to believe that the educational system is a farce, right? So, man, it's just a can of worms. And the fact that people don't sit down and really unwind that with these people is an issue for me.
Mm-hmm.
Because when you start to unwind it, brother, what do you know the implications? Now, it's easy to talk this on the corner or come in the barbershop and just say that. You hear people say shit like that. Like the brother, what's your name, brother? That just came. I met you the other night.
Jose,
right?
Hey, you know what his nickname is?
Greasy Camera.
You took the words out of my mouth. Go ahead, G. You got it.
GC. Your nickname GC. GC in the building. Greasy Camera.
I just want to say something.
Yeah, smoke out back there.
Let me say something, Project. You may not be used to this type of environment because it seems like you're not used to the environment. You're going to get a lot of ignorant people who are going to say things. Don't take it personal. Your own chef's channel. He's one of the top 3 kings of controversy on YouTube. You're going to catch some strays. You're going to catch a rock or two for your boy. It's the rules. You had to jump in when your boy getting jumped. So personal. It's nothing against you because you are probably new to us and you might be used to this content. You're just trying to help your brother out. So don't feel it's a personal attack on you. You just catching chef strays because he like to be controversial for some reason. I don't know why.
So you think saying that we are the aboriginal people of the Western Hemisphere, that's not controversial?
Let me say this. I think there's some sort of academic basis for saying it, but there's not enough physical evidence to really say who the Olmecs were. They don't know. There's not enough human remains and things of that sort to really say who they are.
What about the people that's there?
Well,
what about the people that was already in that vicinity that's in that area?
It's accepted that the Olmecs were basically the progenitors of all of these people. If I'm not mistaken, they say that these are the progenitors. But they can't do genetic testing on these people to say who they were. So they're testing modern people.
Why would you go all the way to Africa to see who the fuck they was when there's already people here. You see how crazy that is? That's like going to Ghana. Hold on. That's like going to Ghana or Ouagadougou, right? And finding the remains of the Ouagadougou civilization, right? And then going all the way to Ireland and saying, maybe it's the people of Ireland. How disrespected would you feel if somebody went to Ghana, right? And the BC era, find a civilization that seems like it's out of place for this era in this region of the world because of what we thought, right? And then they say, well, these people couldn't have did it. Let's go all the way to Ireland and say that maybe these are the actual people of ancient Ghana. Sometimes you got to reverse that on the Afrocentric mind and say, why would you say that? Like, hold on, is the Native American people full human beings? Are they human?
But you have
Do they have the same capacity as other human beings? So what will make you possibly think that those people wouldn't build that civilization? What will make you think that a people will cross the Atlantic Ocean and build that civilization for them?
Let me be fair to you.
Mm-hmm.
There really is not enough evidence to say that these people are African. You look at them, they look African. So people are going to say
they don't look African.
They do. They look very African.
They don't.
They do.
They look like the people of that region.
They definitely look more Asian than African.
All right, cool. But we recognize that, right? If we're just looking at them and looking at the Mayans and the Aztecs and all these other people, they look more like the Olmecs than the people that are there now. You could see that in their depictions clearly, but you can't do any DNA testing to say who they are definitively because they have no remains. So they're testing the modern people against nothing because there are no ancient remains. So there is an unfit. There's no comparison. They're just saying these are people who are considered native and indigenous. So we assume they're the same genetic makeup, but they don't know because they have nothing to test it against. All you have is looking at the statues and the artifacts. That's all they have of the Olmec people. There's several other civilizations that you can say that, like the Toltecs, who they know nothing about other than myths from the Aztecs. They know that they built on other ancient civilizations because the history tells them that. But they can't. But there's a lot of gaps in history when it comes to talking about the people of ancient America. So you have to kind of draw your own conclusion.
So let me ask you this, right? See, Chef does have a different approach. Chef can sit here with you for another hour talking about the facts and the genetics and the migrations, right? My approach is to give ground. If what you're saying is true, right? And
it's not.
Hold up, just work with me for a second. If what you're saying is true, how do you then weaponize that into empowerment? That's all. That's what the point is.
No, I mean, logic. You have a fair point, but there are certain peripheral things that people can use and say, well, this is this and this and that. But there's no definitive argument on who they really were. So it's all a theory based on limited information. Nobody knew who they were for sure.
So what you're saying is both sides are guessing, but you're gonna ride with what you believe just to accomplish what you're trying to accomplish. But I'm trying to figure out what you're trying to accomplish. You didn't really answer me, right?
I'm just simply saying I have to be impartial because no one can show me definitive evidence on either side of who the people really were.
And that's not true.
Yeah,
you're creating a scenario where it's not definitive, like,
but it's not because it can't.
So what is the alternative? What other people could it possibly? Just say it. What other people could it possibly be then? Give me if it's not. Hold on. If it's not the Native Americans, right? Then what other people could it possibly be? What is the opposed to it?
I'm not arguing. I'm simply saying the evidence that they have.
No. Stop. Listen.
They really don't know.
Listen. If it's not the people of that land, right? Then who else could it be?
I can't answer the question. I don't have evidence to say who it could have been.
Who else was there? Give me that then. Who, from the physical remains, from all of the anthropology, who else was there? There we go.
What they're saying is the evidence tells them that the people that are there now are of Eurasian descent. And that is what they're going with because that's all the evidence they have. That's all they can tell you. They can't make
so who was the only people there from evidence?
So they did tell you, right?
They said based on the evidence that they have at this point in time.
Who was there?
Of Eurasian descent.
The Native Americans. So did they ever find any remains of Africans?
They ever find any remains of all Olmec people who they think?
No, I'm saying in the earth. Well, they didn't found remains of Native Americans in that vicinity. Now, have they ever found African remains in that vicinity?
I'm not very up on the issue, but I don't think so.
Yeah.
I don't think so. Put a
Jose,
question.
I don't feel like I could let you do that. You
don't know.
omitting information at that point.
really
You
don't
just said that they don't got definitive evidence, and then you went on to say they find the Eurasian footprint, right?
Yeah, that's what they can find.
You can't have it both ways. Either they didn't find nothing definitive, or they did find something. So the only thing that you've told me that they have found is Eurasian, and yet some kind of way you trying to spin that into it's African too, or it could be African.
I'm saying they're testing the Eurasians against nothing. They can't tell you who the Olmecs were. So they're just saying these people are descendants of Eurasians because that's all the evidence they have. I'm not saying they were African or not. We don't know. They can't test. They can't test what they don't have. So all the evidence.
Well, then it's back to that simple question of who else was there.
I guess according to them, it was only Eurasians because I heard them say and talk about any other people definitively as far as genetic evidence is concerned. But
that's not true. But anyway.
But once again, that's testing against nothing. They can't test the original.
Well, they're testing human DNA.
Yes, but they have no Olmec remains to test, James. So they can't.
But that is not. Listen, okay, sorry, George. Check it out. This is how they do it. It's haplogroup mutations that they use that they can tell that the people from Papua New Guinea took a coastal route into the Americas, possibly before the one that went across the land bridge, that came through came through Alaska. So they have two different routes of two different genetic groups that came to the Americas.
Okay.
So when they test Papua New Guinean DNA, doesn't that come back as Asian?
No, it comes back as those particular people. They come back as people that's from those islands. They're different. They have different genetic makeup than people that's from mainland Asia, East Eurasia.
Yeah, but it still branches from Asia, right?
All humans come out of Africa, but they have a different.
That's not what I asked you.
Hold on, this is what I'm trying to tell. This is what I'm trying to tell you. All humans come out of Africa, but they have different amounts of the integration that they can tell which groups are which. You understand that?
The Native American is not directly Asian, but they can tell it that that they branch from an Asian descended population.
Well, no, it's not necessarily that, because we're just talking about humans. We're not talking about Africans or whatever you're talking about at this particular
I ain't saying nothing about Africans.
You said Asians.
Yeah.
Right?
Mm-hmm.
We're not talking about Asians. We're talking about humans coming out of Africa. Right?
So before they got to the America, they had to mutate in Asia first.
Okay, now you're just talking about Asia. Where is Asia? What about the islands? What about Australia? What about those islands? They're called Malaysians. They're not called Asians. Right?
I know, but they mutated in Asia and then they moved into those islands.
That's not necessarily confirmed, because they could have mutated on the islands.
They did mutate on them islands also.
Separate from the people on the mainland of Eurasia. So they have a separate mutation, is what I'm trying to tell you. That's identifiable in DNA. That's what I'm trying to tell you. I totally
agree. Listen, I agree with you on that. But don't they have a mutation that happened in Asia? Can't they tell that those people, the Native American, descends from an Asian population? and
Well,
and then,
yeah,
and then mutate and then have a mutation here in the Americas. I'm saying so do the people from Papua New Guinea.
Well, the people from Papua New Guinea don't really necessarily look like Asians all the way.
It ain't about what they look like.
Yes, it is.
Oh my God! I'm not.
It's always about what your phenotypical features are.
Now we're talking about genetics. Now you didn't.
No, I'm talking about phenotypical features. What genetics cause? It's always about what you look like.
No, because you can have a genetic mutation and it don't change your physical features.
Yeah, but we're talking about the ones that do.
The people of Vanuatu and what's that?
Tibet, they got for high altitude. That's not what I'm talking about. What I'm talking about is the phenotypical features that start making you look different. We're just talking about lookership right now. We can go into genetics.
We was not talking about lookership. You were strictly talking about genetics. Now you done switched it to lookership.
But they're one and the same. They cause
they are not one and the same.
So you saying the genetics don't cause different phenotypical features in humans?
No, they do, but your genetic mutation does not readily speak to a phenotypic change. You get that?
James just reduced the whole field of genetics down to lookership.
So look at the people.
I said what we're talking about when we're talking about the difference between Asians and people from Malaysia. We're looking at what they look like. They look totally different.
Are. Look at the people of the Sentinelese Islands, right? They could look like they come straight from Africa, but they Asian. So that genetic mutation did not change them.
They're Malaysian. They're not Asian. They're Malaysian. They give them a different name because they're on an island. They're separate from the mainland Asian people. So you saying the Indian people are Asian?
Yes, Indian people are Asian.
No, they're not. They're Eurasian.
India is in Asia.
They're Eurasians. There is a convolution of European and Asian. All of everything on that mainland is called Eurasian.
Yeah, okay, I agree.
The further east you get,
that's Europe and Asia combined.
The further east you get, the further east you get, you're Asian. The further west you get, you're European. So but in the middle, where you see these Arab types, they are not considered Asian. You know that, Chef.
Hold on.
Stop it.
Is the whole continent Asia?
It's Eurasia.
Oh my.
Go look it up. It's the whole continent is one big thing. Is Eurasia.
You're right. I gotta stay focused. He just ran me through.
Yeah, can we get back to
am I lying like
that made.
Hold up. Did I make that up?
It's not even
no more.
Because you got different type of humans on the planet. You got humans on the east side, they're Asians, and then you got humans on the west side of Eurasia that are European.
They're Eurasians.
They're not the same.
Okay, but they're Asian, right? The people of India are Asian
as a collective. But when you start talking about individualism, you're going to start calling one group Asian, and you're going to start calling another group Europeans. That's how it works. And you're going to call them people in the middle Indians or Arab type. They don't look the same. Do they?
So they don't have to look the same to be Asian.
So we're talking about human taxonomy.
Right. So if the people of, you said they're Melanesian, right?
Malaysian.
So the Melanesian people, you're telling me that they don't descend from an Asian population.
They descend from a human population.
Jesus Christ.
Where do humans come from? What are you talking about?
All right, so back to the Olmecs. Brother James Smalls, right? Brother James Smalls, right, said that that his people, right, are the original people of the Americas, and they came here before the Eurasians that you're talking about. This is what he was saying.
He's wrong.
He said he descends from that population of Africans. He said they come from West Africa. This is what he said.
He is wrong.
Okay.
So what?
Explain that.
Because genetically, we know that the people who got here came from the Pacific. They came from that way first. The indigenous people of the Americas came from the Pacific route, not from the you can see it genetically. Mm-hmm. So, but see, he comes from an Arab pre-DNA. So he can, it's not disrespectful to tell him the truth. But what I'm tripping on y'all is y'all don't even have the corrective information to give the elder to where he can understand it. Because if you gave him the right information, he's gonna agree.
Why would he agree to that?
Because it's true. That man ain't with listening.
So you're telling me,
so
you're telling me that what you're saying is so different from what I'm saying that he'll accept what you're saying and disregard the history that he been teaching for 40 years.
Yes, I'm definitely saying
get the hell out of here.
Because Professor Smiles is down with truth. He ain't down with if the information changing, you can show it to him. He don't have nothing to do but agree.
All right, so you're saying you have the information that can correct Brother James Smalls.
I can show him why what he's saying is wrong, and I can show him why he thinks what he's saying is correct. Because you got two.
Why do he think that his people come from West Africa?
Okay, now watch this. Watch this. Hold on.
You're thinking. You're talking before I get it out.
Go ahead.
He said that the West Coast Africans came here and set up civilization and everything else pre-Native American and pre-Columbus. How would you correct that?
I would correct it because DNA doesn't say that. Based on genetics, that's not what happened. You see what I'm saying? That's how you.
I would love for you to do a show with him. Reach out to the brother.
Hold on, let me explain to you how though. Now, see, he may be talking about what they found. Listen,
Chef. What he's talking about.
Okay, listen, Chef. When Europeans went around taxonomizing the world, they were saying that they seen some African people in the Americas, wasn't they? They said they seen Negroes in the Americas. Look up any old text of when they went around.
Point me to the text.
Maybe Darwin, but go look up when they went around and I said look up when they were taxonomizing the world. They was going around saying what they seen, how people look, what their skin color was. They in those old days they had a certain standard of when you was like looking like a damn Negrito that you was an African. You came from African stock. They didn't have any DNA to regulate this, but they was going off lookership at the time of what they seen.
So you saying that the Negroes was in the Americas? Hold on.
Yes, so people that look black to them was in the Americas.
No.
Go look up what they say.
No.
I'm not talking about if it's actual fact that they came from Africa. I'm talking about what they said.
Saying that you're saying that Negritos was in Africa, meaning the people from Papua New Guinea and the Sentinelese.
They them as niggas. That's what
you're saying that those people from the Sentinelese Islands,
they taxonomized them as Africans.
How can we do that together, James?
Wait.
All right, so you're saying that the people from Papua New Guinea and the people from the Sentinelese Islands were here in North and South America, and Darwin and them seen those people.
That's not what I'm saying, Chef. What I'm saying is when they got to the Americas, they taxonomized them and they labeled them as people that looked like they was close to African people. Not saying that they was African, but when they phenotypically looked at them and they taxonomized them, they taxonomized them as not African, but as Negritos or something of that, whatever the language was that they was writing in, because they were Spanish and all kind of people.
All right, go get me some sources.
So they said that they see. You can chat GPT.
You about to convince me right now.
Hold up.
You already did the research. If I'm talking to you and you're this in depth, then you already did the research. So I know you got it.
I'll just show you. Hold up. Well, let me let me chill out and everybody else can talk, and I'll go and I'll show you what I'm talking about. Hold on. Go ahead.
All right. So
let me pull up a
Jose.
Yeah.
So this is my contention with abos, right? So now James is not an abo, but listen to what he's putting down. He's lending credence to their nonsense.
Yeah, but
he's lending, and he think he not. He's a full-blooded Pan-African, all this, and he's lending credence to the goddamn abo conversation because of bad information.
But Chef, you have to understand something. If the man has read more genetic studies than you and I, we can't argue with him and tell him that he's wrong. He seems to be very well read. He seems. I'm saying.
Hey, can I say something about that, bro?
Argue with him. I don't have no genetic studies to pull up.
Hey, Jose, let me ask you a question. Hey, Jose, let me ask you a question. Hold on, Jose, hold on.
Right now, so
hold on.
I'm not going to dispute him.
Jose, one second, bro.
What I think is not.
Can you not hear me,
don't
bro?
Make it right. He's read more genetic studies than me.
Hold on.
So I can't argue with him.
He not hear me?
He don't.
He's still talking.
He got the power of the technology, but yeah, he hear you.
Yeah, like hold on. I'm trying to say something. Why do y'all think? Because these people, because he just said it, and he brings up a good point. I just don't want him to get back to the point. Then he can say what he wants. How come become a person that's not a geneticist, not a person that's got a degree in any of this, just because they read something from somewhere? You supposed to take what they say at face value versus what the actual consensus is?
Is ChatGPT looking up, Chef?
What?
I'm not looking at ChatGPT. I'm playing video games.
Yeah, like you literally
I don't
just
trust
said we
y'all
supposed
niggas.
to take it at face value because he read something.
I'm telling you, I'm not worse.
But he ain't going to know. But what if that person didn't? Okay, English. Hold on. Reading is just. Apparently, you got Vaseline in your motherfucking speaker too. Hold on. You must be out your fucking mind. You think you're gonna overtalk me on my platform? The fuck is wrong with you? So back to what I was saying. I don't give a damn if you serious. I'm brass. How serious? I'm brass.
I can't talk.
Shut the fuck up. I'm talking. So what I'm saying is, why do you give so much credence to somebody reading something? And it's got to be true because they read it. Anybody could read any fucking thing. How does that disprove what the actual consensus is? You say you should follow what he's saying because he read it? Is that really all you need, bro? That he just read it, so that just makes it true? I'll go back to what I'm saying.
No, that's a good point, though, Brass.
What are we talking about? You can't just like I've heard people say that so many times, and I never say nothing, Chef. But it's like I understand where Reggie comes from sometimes when he's talking about like you ain't got no degree in this. This is not what you do every day. This is not your profession. We're just having conversations. But if you're going to come on here and just say, I read something. He read it, so it must be true. Do you know how lost you'll be, bro? If that's all we need, it's just, you know what? Pan-African James, he read it. That it confirms my argument, so it must be true. Come on, bro. We gotta have better discourse than this. That's part of bringing James Smalls on both these channels, Carnivorous Podcast and Trimedia. We're trying to have better discourse. Even if it's wrong, he's had a million. You could tell in his demeanor and his swag of talking last night. That man has had a million conversations. A million conversations. That's good discourse. Whether what he's saying is quote unquote pseudo or whatever, he knows how to carry discourse. Don't. That's not a good argument, bro. Logic, and don't let people do that to you. You know, people do that. They say that to you a lot. Well, I read it. So what, nigga? That shit don't mean nothing. Show it to me so we can read it. And then
I'm not even. You show it to me. I'm not even reading it.
Yeah, because it's bullshit. Come on, bro.
I don't trust you or what you read.
Motherfucker with a Nokia greasy ass camera. I'm supposed to just be like, yeah. Yeah, hell, you can't clean your camera or buy a better phone. But yeah, what you saying is A-okay. Sometimes you're going to have to cut some of these people up, bro.
Yeah, but see, this is my thing. And I don't want to take it off James Smalls and focus on them because this is what this is about. But, right, when we don't check that stuff that they say, right, that's when it becomes a problem. You see what I'm saying? You see the problem that they create? Right? Even though we got better information than what he's spewing, they still lend credence to what he's saying in some type of way. He cannot be all the way wrong. James, as smart as he is with all of the DNA shit, is about to lend credence to it. He's researching it now to twist something to lend credence to what he's saying. And that's the problem.
Yeah, working hard to keep the lie going.
He's working hard to keep the lie going. Why is James doing this?
Blind faith.
Okay, well,
Why is he
anyway,
doing it?
you say why I'm doing it.
Yeah.
Anyway, so
Now
can y'all see this? Can y'all see this? Hold up. No, that's just a Latin term for Negro or whatever.
Share his screen,
Share
Logic.
your
Share his
screen.
screen.
Come on and do the bullshit, James.
I don't understand what's wrong with y'all.
There it is. Share his screen. Let's see what he's saying.
Now, what I'm gonna do? Because
I don't even see the Americas on that map.
Because you got to understand what we're talking about first, Chef.
Go ahead.
Yeah. God damn. Okay, so what's this is what's
You gotta
going on.
admit that was funny, James.
See
You
why I
gotta
don't
admit.
listen?
Ain't
You
even
see why I don't
Because you don't
listen?
understand what's going on.
No. Let him go, bro. Let him go.
Go ahead.
He
You don't
took
understand
10
what's
minutes
going on.
and he brought this back.
So-
This the
so-
killer. So let him talk.
So this is what you have to understand here. Now, this says modern human-like remains or paternal culture, and then that's the gray dot right here. See that? That's see how it's in the southern part of it. And look at the dates on it. 100,000 years ago, 100,000 years ago, 68,000 years ago. They're gonna for some reason they're gonna leave out the dates of these, but we can go find these if we need to. But these dates are younger than these dates. So the postulation is based on genetics that humans took a southerly route going this way out of Africa. They did not go north first. This date is like maybe 80,000 years. But you see what they saying 100,000 years here. This is where they found these caves of the fossil funnel. And they're saying that these people are modern human. Like, y'all see this, right? I'm not making this up, am I?
No, you
Okay. So it says worldwide expansion of archaic admixture. Y'all have to understand this. Now, y'all know that humans have the most genetic diversity because we're the source population of humans. Y'all understand that? Y'all know what a human is? What? Homo sapien sapien. That's funny. Yes, you laughing and shit. But no, because you really don't know.
What's a human?
Yeah. So
I know Professor James Smalls was wrong, and you admitted that he was wrong. So I don't know why you giving me a crash course in human genetics and diversity coming from Africa 100,000 years ago when we both just acknowledged that James Smalls was wrong. So what are you doing?
But you act like you don't know what I'm talking about, though. That's why we shifted, because you act like I'm wrong or something, or I'm giving credence to something that I don't know what I'm talking about.
You saying that Negritos
or Africans or there are people that retain their African features all over the world. We see it today. They look more African. They look more African than they look Asian or European. This goes on all the way across the southern region. That's what I'm saying, Chef. Now, I'm not saying that they Africans, but when you look at them, if you ain't got
we're talking phenotype. We're talking
if you ain't got no DNA, when you going around taxonomizing the butterflies and everything you seeing, you say, damn, these people look like Africans too. That's all it is. Hold up, what I'm saying is when they
over to
I said the same thing.
To the phenotype. No, listen, I'm off the genetics. Now you about to prove phenotype of Black people was in the Americas before Native Americans. Go ahead, I'm with you now.
Okay, so now, if you understand that these people right here may have got to the Americas first, then you will see why it's people with African phenotypes in the Americas, wouldn't you?
Where's that? Show me.
It's a paper that says that they came to the Americas.
So it ain't this one.
Huh? No, I can show you a video. I'll show you. Let me show you a video that just came out. Probably.
No, I don't. No.
I'm not gonna let it play. No, what I'm going to do is show you the map.
So you don't have
you ain't gonna understand this shit anyway. So I'm just gonna show you the map where. I'm gonna show you the map where. No, I do, but I don't got time to be doing this with you. I'm just gonna show you the map and show you what they saying, Chef. And you can go do it yourself.
That's a bar. That's a bar. You said I ain't got time to be doing this.
Yeah, because y'all don't because you don't even want to. You don't even want to listen to this.
No, I'm listening.
You don't even know what you're talking about.
Hey, James, can I ask you a question? As a layman, can I ask you a question? I just got a question for you. So And this is not my lane, and I have no ulterior motive. It's just a question, bro, because I know you and Chef somewhere. I want to go somewhere else. So even if what you're saying is true, right? The southern route, and that's in several studies do support that, right? But just a layman, I don't know what I'm talking about, so explain it to me. What if my question would be, the southern route is about migration out of Africa into Asia and Australia. Is that true?
Yes, that's what.
Okay.
But it's a human migration. It's not.
Okay. I'm not talking about Africans. I'm just saying
Sure.
that southern route idea, and it says that path went through Arabia, India, Southeast Asia, then to Australia, not across the Pacific or the Atlantic. Is that true?
Well, genetic evidence showed that they did go across the Pacific. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
So let me ask you a question. Is that kind of up in the air?
No, it's not.
Is either one of them definitive? No, I'm saying, because I'm reading something that says it. No. I know what you're showing me. I'm saying I'm reading something that says that it's not about the Pacific or the Atlantic, that it's about that the path went through Arabia, India, Southeast Asia, and then to Australia, not across the Pacific or the Atlantic. So would they be wrong?
Yeah, that would be wrong. And especially if you just chat GPT that.
No, I'm not chat GPT, and I actually pulled up something. And I'm a layman, bro, so I'm just reading. These are really just questions.
But
so I can learn.
I mean, if I had time, I could. If y'all want to keep talking, I can go just really find a paper that'll show you what's going on. But I don't understand why y'all don't believe that humans can migrate to.
I didn't say I didn't believe it. I'm a political scientist. I'm just learning, bro.
I'm just saying, but it's kind of like y'all think it's impossible for people from the southern group to have made it to the Americas as well. It's like that's what y'all are saying. Only people from the northern group could have made it, right? Is that y'all contention?
That would be Chef in them argument. I don't study
that. Ain't my contention. I never.
Yeah, I'm not. I'm not.
So what's the problem then?
Show evidence of it. That's what we saying.
I was trying to show evidence. You said no, don't show the video. I'm not gonna show the whole. I'm not gonna show no video. I'm gonna get to the point where it just stopped with the map, and then I'm gonna show you what they actually saying. I mean, it's. I can send you the papers. Chef. Matter of fact, I can send the papers off in here if you want to read, but you ain't gonna read that shit. You see what I'm saying? So there ain't even no need in me even doing that. I don't even want to waste my time.
He showed Lane. I ain't gonna lie to you.
Yeah, but see, but when you that's why I be saying when y'all be on here talking.
My mind already made up like y'all's, James.
But your mind should never be made up when you don't got no information.
I attack y'all the same way y'all attack the other information. Y'all mind's made up. I meet y'all there. My mind made up. So what are we gonna do?
Well,
y'all niggas don't bend.
When somebody present information to you, you don't change when somebody presents the truth. I mean, something that you think is true. You just stay where you at.
Yep, the same way y'all do.
Hey, so
right.
Jane, you think Professor Smalls? You think Professor Smalls was correct? Is that what you're saying?
No, I didn't say he was correct. I said he was incorrect.
No. That's a question, bro. I'm just asking.
Africans from Africa. No, what I said was if he's incorrect, if he thinks that the indigenous people of the Americas came from a Western root based on the genetic argument, based on genetics, he would be incorrect.
So
and then
you don't
I could
think
show
he was
him that,
right?
and then he would have to concede. No.
Yeah, but you're not going to change somebody's world. You're not going to change somebody's world.
It's not about changing. Hold on, listen.
I didn't even say my sentence. I didn't say my sentence. I didn't even say anything.
No, I'm just saying I'm not trying to change it. I'm just going to present the information. That's it. It's not about changing anything.
No. You said no. Hold on. Now we got to go backwards because you said if you present him the truth, then he would change and believe whatever it is that you're saying. And then Chef said, well, if I say something and it didn't change, what makes you think you? I think that what he believes, just my opinion, is his worldview. So if that's his worldview, that's what defines him and what he believes. Why do you think showing him something, a source, a video, whatever, is going to change his worldview?
Because showing him something that's truthful, if it's the truth, then it doesn't matter. He don't care. But
you know how many people done told him he wasn't an abba?
Hold up, do you think? Hold on, let me ask you this. you think that Africans from Africa getting here from the west coast of the Americas here first changes the greatness of Africans? You think that? You think
I don't have these discussions. What I'm saying to you is, why do you think what you're saying? Professor Smalls probably talks to more people than we on these particular subjects than we have talked to probably in our lifetime. He's been doing this since time, probably. You know how many people told him that he wasn't an abo? Why do you think you and what you present is going to change his mind when he's had conversations? The man said last night his dream, I don't want to say his dream, but he said he's never been to Mexico. And he intimated that he wants to go to Mexico to talk to the people that he think exists.
They do exist.
Why do you think you're going to show a paper that's going to stop that?
Some Afro-Africans or Latino Africans in South America?
Right, so what do you think he's going there to talk to him about? Reggaeton? He going there to talk to him about being here first.
Well, I don't know about that. I don't know. I can't speak for him on what he would go and say to some people, but with the corrective information, he can still speak to them people because they still phenotypically African. So it doesn't matter.
Okay, Jane.
Yeah.
Okay. I don't know. We can.
So if you go down there and see some people that look like you can identify that. Hey, man,
I've been to a bunch of places in the United States with people that seem like me, and if I ask my mom and say we got peoples there, and they say no, I just agree with her.
Right.
There are people that look alike. I don't do the looker thing. I could walk down the street and see a person.
Look at that.
Logic.
Logic
look like James Tony. That ain't his daddy. Logic look just like James Tony. James Tony is not Logic's father. Like, why are we doing the he looked like me thing? Well, that don't even make sense. How you gonna present a source? Hold on. How you gonna present a source and then tell you gonna bring us a paper, and then you're gonna start telling me, well, if they just look like us, then that's what it is. That don't even make don't do that. Like, you demean yourself when you do
You
that.
look at anybody and come to your own.
Holy smoke.
You messing up your own argument at that point.
Reading for no reason.
Yeah, stay with the sources and stay with the papers. Don't start telling me, well, he looks like me. Like, that don't make sense.
Man, y'all, this is crazy.
No, you don't understand what I'm saying, bro. You just presented sources, maps, books. And then because we didn't agree, now you like, well, they look like you. Like, that don't even make sense, my nigga.
Right. That ain't what I did. What are you talking about?
You just did it.
No, I didn't.
Okay. Hey, look, fuck it. Okay,
See,
all right.
James is the master of just.
Man, I didn't just do that. That's just what you're trying to do.
No, James, you already is on our side. You believe that Professor Smalls is wrong about that information. Now you done presented some other stuff for your own edification. You know what I mean? That's crazy. But
my own edification.
You presented it may have been some degree.
Hey, Logic, put the link in the chat, Logic.
You're saying that it wasn't Africans. You're saying it wasn't Africans, right? But it could have been people
who retained their African features. They could have possibly made it to the Americas first.
Could have possibly. Okay, so you went to the possible.
Yeah, we don't know which one got here first, but they have people with these particular genetic markers that are from the Papua New Guinean stock. You can't deny that shit.
Go get the information.
Hold on.
You should have presented that.
Hold on, I'm gonna present some more shit first.
You should have presented that. That would yourself
show y'all how
right
these
there.
people did this. Because y'all act
The
like
Australians, he's saying that
that
the Australian Aborigines got here first.
Hold on, man. Hold on. I'm just gonna show you.
And that James Smalls and them people are actually Australians and not so you will fuck James Smalls head up. Because he believed that his people was West African. And you're about to tell him that they actually Australian.
That is nuts.
Go ahead.
Well, but those would be people that still retain their African features. So he understands that. But what you got to understand is when these people taxonomize them, they didn't have no DNA to corroborate this particular part of the what you call it. Now understand, they just mapped the human genome in 2003, right? 2010 they found introgression. 2015 they found more introgression. So the information is changing. So the information I'm giving y'all just ain't ready to receive it yet. It's from 2025.
No, I want you and James Smalls to work that part out. Listen,
still with in 1999 and in 2003. That's
no, you can. I hope you and James Smalls can work that out. Maybe if we get him back, if we would get him back on here, we're gonna let you present that to him that you might be an Australian and not a West African.
That's not what he's gonna say.
No, that's what you're saying. That's what you're saying.
I would hope that he's not saying he's an Australian.
No, you're saying that.
No, you're saying that. And you ain't let him speak for himself.
No, you just presented information and tried to convince us that the people from Papua New Guinea and Australia, that group of people are the Negritos that
they talking about in taxonomy in 1800.
Right. So you're saying that those Australians, so James Smalls is saying, you're saying that those people that he's mistaken them as West Africans are actual Australians and not West Africans.
Yeah.
And that's who he's saying his people is. So you're going to convince him that his people are actually Australian and not West African.
He's not going to agree with that. What he's going to do is he's probably just going to accept the corrective information and say he came over here on a slave ship. Because if he go take a DNA test, he's going to have a African haplogroup. These people haplogroups is not no E1, B1As, and they not no L's. They got their haplogroups from the Papua New Guineans over here, bro. I'm telling you. So I'm not making this up. I just ain't got time to be doing this. You know what I'm saying? I'm just really we're having a conversation. Yeah, but while we talking, I'll go look up and see if I can find something while somebody else talking. Maybe I can show you something. Okay.
All right.
Peace.
Okay. So y'all see how we just lead credence to more misinformation and we get bogged down. This is what this stuff did, right? So again, our education is a lie. We got a case against these people, y'all. If James Smalls and Pan-African James and them is correct, we have a case against the United States and every school district that educated us. They deliberately taught us misinformation about who we were. They gave us a faulty education.
I'm actually glad you brought that point back up because it made me remember something that I forgot. Mm-hmm. Right? Because and that is another contradiction. Because if you remember, a lot of things that he said is that he was open to capitalism, right? So that same system that you would reject when it comes to education, you now lean on to fund your agenda, right? That whole cycle is like a paradox of kind of sorts, right? Mm-hmm. Pick and choose between which parts of it you don't like or demonize, but at times when it's convenient, you can use that same thing that you demonize as a tool to get what you're trying to do, right? So how do you justify that? How are you vetting these people within the system to say, okay, these people are good and these people are bad, right? But you don't do that. You got a broad sweeping brush. The whole system is bad. Or I wouldn't say that he said all the white people bad because specifically he didn't say that, which is to me again a contradiction. So that's problematic to me, right? You still go to their school, you still go to their institutions to get educated. You take those certificates and diplomas that they give you, use them to now verify some of the claims that you make outside of the system. That's crazy. Absolutely, but they do it.
But yeah,
we got Haskell and Corey in the building.
Oh, Corey pulled up. That's what's up.
Corey pulled up. I don't think y'all seen him.
Oh yeah, peace y'all. Peace to y'all, man. What's good with y'all?
Man, what's up, man?
What's going on?
So, hey, Corey. So I asked you a question in the Discord, and I think you purposely ignored me. But I'm gonna let it go. To protect my feelings.
I didn't see it.
All right, go back and look at it because I sent it directly to you. Because last night when I was watching the show, and I said we live on Carnivorous Podcast, live on Trimedia. I wonder how Corey feels about this conversation that's going on right now. So I didn't look, but I would love to get your idea on what you thought about what was going on last night.
Yeah, so I only watched a little bit of it. I was having internet issues, and then now an internet outage. We just had a tornado come through this motherfucker, man.
Damn.
So, yeah, so I only got a chance to see a little bit of it. Yeah, it was. I just heard him going on and on. You know, it was a bunch of stories. I mean, I guess if y'all appreciate stories, the part I heard, excuse me, he was talking about, you know, him meeting Malcolm X, and you know, I guess he worked at a grocery store where that was near a mosque or something like that. I didn't really get all the details, but you know, he kind of met Malcolm X, and then he went back and, you know, to the town that he was from, and he thought that, you know, he was Malcolm X, which I can appreciate that, because I can visualize the way you see Malcolm X, and Malcolm X was one of my heroes too growing up. But I can
still waiting on Franz.
You have 2 orders.
Yeah.
You have to wait for them both.
Hey, mute your mic, Haskell.
Yeah, order your cocoa bread on mute, bro. So,
yeah, but I could imagine meeting him in person, and then you know, going back home to your small town, and you like, oh man, I got these new ideas, and you know, you think you the big man on the block or whatever. So I appreciated that, you know, some of that story that he told. But that's about all I heard. I'll have to go back and look at it, listen to a lot of it. I was in and out, so I heard some other parts too, and the other parts was just, you know, I really wasn't really listening, because it was kind of a bunch of, to me, in my eyes, it was a little bit of malarkey in there. So I couldn't even remember what else he said other than that. But I just think a lot of that somebody asked, because I made a comment in the comment section in that YouTube video, and somebody replied to my comment. I think it was armchair philosopher, and he replied to my comment, and he said a good question would be something to the effect of, is if black supremacy is good, why is white supremacy bad? And I was like, wow, that's a pretty good question there. You know what I mean? Or I don't know if he said black supremacy. I think he said like black
nationalism.
Something like that. Yeah, black nationalism. Yeah. If black nationalism is good, why is white nationalism bad? And that's a hell of a question right there. I thought that was a brilliant question, and I'd like to, if somebody had an answer to that, or even if James Smalls could answer it, it'd be awesome. You know what I mean? But yeah, that's just my thoughts on it, though.
Somebody define black now. I done heard this term the last 2 days a lot. Define black nationalism, or define what it is that they talking about. Because Reggie was saying last night that he was a black nationalist, not a Pan-Africanist. So what is a black nationalist? What does that mean? And I know I can look it up myself, but I know people be adding spice to it, or it may mean something different in the community. What does this mean when they're saying black nationalism?
His definition last night was basically group economics. That's basically what he boiled black nationalism down to, is like, that's the part of the Pan-Africanism thing that is like the self-reliant part. Like, how do we do for self, right? How do we get more economic and more political and those type of things? He kind of blanketed all into the black nationalism. He said that Pan-Africanism is their international thing or agenda, and Black nationalism is their local agenda, right? So so what he means by that is Black nationalism on the African continent would be Pan-Africanism, right? How do we?
So is that at the exclusion?
No, it's no.
That's what he
No,
said.
black nationalism is some Marcus Garvey shit.
Yeah, black control over black things. Am I wrong in saying that?
No,
it's basically
I know what it means. I'm saying, what do Reggie mean? Because I know black nationalism is very simple. It's black control over black communities. That's it. Go ahead, sir.
That's the simplistic. Now, when one of these brothers said they're talking about Garveyism, trust me, they're talking about Garveyism. When you hear a black person, so one person who became very famous for it was can y'all see my camera? Am I still on the screen? Oh yeah. So one of the people who became, and I'm playing the game, so if I get distracted, I might be getting my ass whipped. So black nationalism that these guys talk about comes out of Garveyism, right? So Malcolm X, and most of them are fans of Malcolm X. So he was one of the people who talked highly of black nationalism, and his father was a Garveyite. So when Malcolm X kind of broke off from the Nation of Islam, he talked a lot about black nationalism. He did a couple speeches on it where he talked about black nationalism, and he juxtaposed it towards white nationalism. He was saying that basically your issue is that we're fighting against white nationalism. White people wanting their own separate communities away from us. He was saying that was white nationalism. So he was saying that black people need to practice black nationalism, strengthen themselves. So that's basically what they're talking about. If you read a textbook definition of black nationalism, I think it'll differ from, what they're saying. But I think black nationalism is a response to what Malcolm X and the Garveyites seen as white nationalism. And I don't know if anybody kind of couches Jim Crow with white nationalism, but we can look it up, you know what I mean? And see if that was considered white nationalism. But that was the response to it. My bad. Y'all go ahead.
Now, I found that to be the most interesting thing from last night, right?
So you saying, I'm sorry, Chef. I got to look. But so are you saying that black nationalism was in opposition of white nationalism?
That's how Garvey and later on Malcolm X framed it.
Okay.
Right. So the definition that they're using, right, would be in opposition to Jim Crow and white America. You dig what I'm saying? They deemed that as being white nationalism. And they were saying that black people need to practice black nationalism, separatism. You dig what I'm saying? That was and the Nation of Islam was looked at as a separatist movement. If you ever look at it, they didn't believe in the integration. They believed that black people need to practice separatism. And they coined that as black nationalism after what Garvey, even if you look at the Nation of Islam, not just Malcolm X, but I think the Nation of Islam kind of say that they came out of the Garvey movement, or he was, a precursor to their movement. They try to say that. I don't know, Haskell in here. Haskell, you the Muslim man. Tell me about it.
But I'm sorry, real quick. And that was kind of my question to Logic. Is this what you kind of got out of when he talk about the economic? It's an economic movement, right? Is that at the exclusion of other people? I guess white people and others, right? Do we not do business with those other groups, or what did you get from that? What I mean?
That was one of the things I feel like I got a very clear answer on, and he said, and he was basically like, "Nah, you got to compete economically." And then when you're talking about competing economically, you don't leave money off the table. You know what I'm saying? If you're trying to compete, you gotta compete by with any means necessary at that point, almost, right? But he was very clear on not excluding other people groups, right? And some of the questions I would have liked to have asked him around that kind of a front, he didn't really let me get to what I wanted to in some, or at least that maybe a time didn't allow that, but I'll put it that way. But yeah, that he was very clear, and I was unexpected, right? That was one of the most unexpected things about the interview, is that his definition of Pan-Africanism and Black nationalism is not the typical, right? Like it's really loose, and it's not as rigid as a lot of other people's definition of it. And it did include other people groups. It wasn't so exclusive and militant. I mean, of course, some of that's in there, but he wasn't closed-minded to that aspect of it. You know what I'm saying? He understood that economics is going to be what funds whatever it is you're trying to do. So if you're trying to fund it and you need funding, like, you're going to get the money from wherever it come from. You know, that's how I understood what he said. Mm-hmm. Yeah, he even I almost kind of like at one point in time tried to like bait him into answering a question in that fashion, and he wouldn't do it. He actually pushed back on it. He was like, "No, I ain't never said, all white people is bad." That was one of those answers that he gave me. So he definitely, he surprised, right? I definitely would have thought he would have been a lot more exclusive. I would have thought he would have sounded a lot more like Pan-African James, to be honest with you. So the fact that there was a big contrast on their ideologies and both of them are Pan-Africans, that's crazy. It's like Pan-African James's version of Pan-Africanism is far more like rigid and staunchly militant and all this kind of other stuff, and James Smalls would know that.
Yeah, James.
So basically, James.
Yeah, James taking it too far. Basically,
like James
as a matter of
Smalls,
fact, James taking it too serious. Basically,
exactly. James Smalls even checked Reggie when Reggie tried to put him in a box. He said, "No, that ain't me." You feel me? Mm-hmm. Like he was like, like Reggie miscategorized me. Like, yeah, like that might have been me in 1980, but no, brother, I ain't.
Well, then my question would be then. Why would you call it that then? You know what I mean? Why would you call it Black nationalism if it's actually not what you practicing? You know what I mean?
Yes.
I mean, because you still retaining a lot of nationalistic principles. So it's like this kind of hyper galvanization type of idea. It's kind of modeling kind of what the Jews got going on.
Now,
but
give me a rundown.
At that point, the label means nothing, though, right? Like at that point, you might as well drop the label and just be competing in America. There's no distinguishment between what you're doing and what other people are doing at that point, right? Like,
yeah, it sounds like he just want to be an upstanding taxpayer.
Yeah, it sounds like you're trying to operate a successful business.
No, he goes beyond that, because remember, Logic, there was a point in y'all conversation where you made a clear delineation between simply like being gainfully employed, being a good citizen, and having an institution or organization that's kind of congealing those funds and those and kind of concentrating everything into the tip of a spear sort of idea. You remember that part of the convo where he drew this line between those two things?
I don't remember the specific question. I mean, do you like remember his answer or something like that?
Yeah. Basically, he said there's a difference between, being gainfully employed and being a good taxpayer and all of that sort of thing, and 40 million people, just for sake of argument. Obviously, 40 million people aren't going to be moving all in lockstep, and 40 million people moving in an organized and kind of synchronous type of manner. You know what I'm saying? That's what I got from it. Now, how tenable of a goal is that? That's a whole separate discussion. But from what I'm getting, it's not just simply a matter of we do business together, it's like we do business together like ardently. You know what I'm saying? We don't go outside unless we like have to type of shit. Like, you know what I'm saying? It's like we putting all of our backs against each other and fighting the outside world while at the same time still being, you know what I'm saying? Still integrating with, because logistically it's impossible to do what Garvey was advocating for in the 20s in modern day America. You get what I'm saying? So that's what I got from it. Like, retain some of them principles, but tweak it.
That's what James Smalls was saying, right?
And he was saying that. And then so my comeback to that was to me, you know, based on all these points that we're talking about, you'd almost be talking about tweaking it so far where it might be unrecognizable, right? You probably wouldn't see very much Pan-Africanism in it if you just like went line for line. Okay, this is working, that's not working. This is working, that's not working, and just kept the stuff that works. It probably wouldn't even look like Pan-Africanism anymore.
Yeah, and it seems like a lot of extra work when I mean the it sounds like to me like he's just talking about, you know, gathering with like-minded people to reach at some type of economic goal, which I think that's not as difficult as you know, trying to move, you know, a whole people in some sort of economic direction or you know what I mean, achievement or whatever, you know what I mean. So I just think is, you know, that part, you know, and I guess that's a whole different discussion, you know, on the practicality of it, I guess. So, yeah,
peace and Paul, okay.
And now that I think about it, and what's up, Brother Reggie? Now that I think about it, we did say, he said both things, Corey. He talked about economics not necessarily having these color lines, but he also said that, you know, integration was like the worst thing that ever happened to Black people. So there's just some confliction in both of those conversations, and how you would actually play that out in real time is it's difficult for me to grasp. Like, it sounds like something that's kind of moving around, not necessarily in a specific spot at a particular time.
And peace, family. I give an example? Oh, go ahead, brother. Hey, peace. This is Yahweh. Can y'all hear me? Pretty good. We hear you, brother. We hear you. If you look at how Jewish people move, that's kind of what Malcolm X was talking about with Black nationalism. Like, if you go into any city where there's a large number of Jews, they do business together, they have their events together, and then the next level, how Jews move is Zionism. How they support Israel. They have lobbyists within the United States government. You know, and it kind of protects their finances. It kind of
most
protects
American
their institutions.
Jews don't support Zionism, though. They did a poll on that. Like, I don't think most.
Yeah, I mean, you don't need all. You don't need all.
So, like, even a lot of them. So, like, that's what the kind of, that's why it's so fractured and unrealistic, because even like the Jewish people don't move like that. It's the same way with Black people, bro. If you go to predominantly a city that's concentrated with Black people, they're gonna do business with each other. They all tend to kind of keep the money. Them Black folks, they all tend to do good, and they keep doing good, and then their kids keep doing good and good and good. You know what I'm saying?
Brother, with all due respect,
with all Black people.
Let me address your point, bro.
In a circle, though. You see what I'm saying?
Let me address your point very quickly. Mm-hmm. Even if you look at majority Black cities such as Baltimore, Atlanta's not even majority Black anymore, but we'll put them in that. Baltimore, Atlanta, DC, Memphis. When you go there, you cannot deny the fact that the merchant class is largely made up of immigrants.
this is irrefutable. Additionally, and this is the initial point that I came here to make, Pan-Africanism is the reason that Black American communities are being flooded with immigrants from all around the world, because in the Black Americans' minds, we supported mass immigration because we falsely believed that immigrants would come to the US and team up with us against Caucasians. But in reality, the immigrants, even the Black immigrants, came to the US and team up with the whites against us. So we have to focus on our lineage exclusively. And when I say our lineage,
Black
and I
people
say
didn't
this,
have
let
nothing
me
to do
land my
with
plane, let me land
immigration,
my
though.
plane, let me land my plane, let me land my plane. And when I say us, when I say our lineage, I'm specifically speaking about descendants of U.S. chattel slaves. But go ahead, bruv, I'm listening.
FBA, say it.
No matter what moniker you use, whether it's ADOS, FBA, descendants of U.S. chattel slaves, we need to focus on ourselves, U.S. freedmen.
How does one do that though? Like how does one in America contribute to the U.S. freedmen or whatever this notion is? Being that we live in America today, though.
Yes, let me respond briefly. Actually, these same exact immigrant groups that I was just naming, we can use them as an example of how to recycle our own dollar within our own community. If I say the Chinese need to focus on the Chinese community, no Chinese will ever say, how do we do that? We're in America. If I say Koreans need to focus on the Korean community, no Korean will ever say, how do we do that? We're in America. No,
Mm,
we have to figure out ways to not only build Black American communities, but to preserve Black American communities and Black owned businesses,
correct.
such as,
I'm
all right,
with you,
go ahead,
bro.
brother. Make your point.
I,
Make your
now
point.
I agree with you, right? So your answer to my question was exactly what we need to do. But the problem is there's a misnomer that if we don't participate, because participation in your own community builds up your local legislation. This is where you have the city council, your mayor, and then as you extend out, you get into the gubernatorial races and stuff like that, right? So that is the participation that we need, because it then gives you control over your local policing of your community, the local infrastructure, all of these things. The difference is when immigrants come in, they automatically participate in that system of America, and we choose not to a lot of times because we believe that there's some kind of strength in not participating in the overarching system that's around us. Oh, he dropped off. Shit, never mind.
Nah, we heard every
No,
word.
keep cooking,
That
keep
was
cooking.
clear. You cooking. Go
Yeah.
ahead.
Okay, I think Reggie has a question.
I don't have a question.
Oh,
I don't
my
have a
bad.
question. I have a statement. So first of all, when I come on these shows, I find that a lot of people just talk. They don't show, especially when it comes to African American history, they don't show any resources, any sources, and they think that they're valued. I spent 38 years of my life working for Black people, but largely for the first maybe 15, 20 years, roughly in classrooms with academics, right? And Dr. Tyreen Wright, she writes, the African exclusion measure. Through your newspaper, I desire to appeal to the American Congress and to the people of the United States in favor of fair play and justice in connection with the immigration bill now pending before the United States Senate, which by amendment excludes coming into this country any person of African descent. What Booker T. Washington noticed, and you can read his writing, is that there was wholesale importing of Europeans in the United States for the purpose of making America completely white. The African population that was in African American population in America was dwindling. Booker T. Washington wrote this roughly
maybe 30, 40 years out of off of chattel slavery. African Americans was decimated, right? So if they saw that Europeans was coming in en masse without another population of black folks, we'd be outvoted, and we would be, his fear was for us to be put back into slavery. So that was his ploy. He may not have been right, but the people who mischaracterize history, who hasn't taken college classes, hasn't read any books, it's just full of S, right? So the issue is that was in the past. Garvey was in the past. What we need to do is pay attention to what is happening now. The African American population, for the most part, wholesale, right, has pretty much given up and has become basically de facto white Americans with no knowledge of their past. No knowledge of their past, but every other group has knowledge. And you mischaracterize the Israeli population, whoever was talking, right? You've never read the book, The Making of the Mossad, right? There is a term called Sayanin, right? The Sayanin is a friend of Israel. How they make them friends of Israel, they knock on their door and they say, do you love Jewish people? Do you understand what happened to us in World War II because of our disunity? We're asking you, you don't have to believe in what we're doing. We just need your friendship and your support. Continue to do what you're going to do, right? Make your money, do all that stuff. But when we knock on your door and we ask for a favor, for the love of Jews, Israelites participate. Black nationalism was formed by a number of people, but El Hajj Malik El Shabazz was the man that you know as Malcolm X, right? Who I serve his family, his legacy, right? I do, right? I do. Under Professor Small, but I do, right? And he gave us a message similar to that. Be a friend of the African American, right? And be a friend of our homeland. Be a friend of our homeland. Defend it and carry about your bullshit, but defend it and give them help and friendship. Instead, we become traitors. Now, I'm going to sit down and listen, and I heard something about Professor Small check me, right? I heard that. Did I mischaracterize him? I did not mischaracterize him because I soldiered underneath him. I know the teachings that he gave me. I know the other people who gave me, right? And what I am saying is what he allows from other people who do things that are contrary to our interests. He was softer on them than he is with us. So I'm 60 years old. I'm not taking that back, right? I remember training. I remember being trained. I remember being recruited. We did not associate with people, with con artists. We didn't do that. He taught us not to do that. So y'all can make comments like that out of turn. I served with more than 40, 50 young black men that put up everything for just the belief that our elders, what they were saying was right.
Please fasten driver's seatbelt.
And so you may look at me now, and because YouTube has made me somewhat of a joke, but trust me, I am not no goddamn joke, right? I studied with them, and I know who the teachers are. I know who the teachers are. I know who the students are, right?
That's right, Reggie.
I watched a slew of people, right? Now, that's right. No, because I just don't want any infighting and people to take this out. But me and my comrades, we suffered under all those dreams. Now, do I come today to you and say I still believe many of those dreams? Yes, because I know who the teachers are, right? So Dr. Leonard Jeffries, Dr. John Henry Clark, Dr. Dudley Thomas, Professor Edward Scobie. These men are greats when it comes to understanding our history. And Professor Small, to me, no matter what, if you make it something more than what it is, I consider him a great man, right? I will always consider him a great man because I soldiered under him. But I just say when it comes to him directly talking to some people who basically do things that are contrary and contradictory and has other people like me fight on YouTube against them, I take a difference with that because I suffered under what they taught me. I suffered. I did things that people wouldn't do.
Just chill, Reggie. That's enough. Because we don't incriminate yourself right now. We don't need nothing where you going to jail.
No, go in, Reggie. Go in. Go in, Reggie.
Don't listen to them, Reggie. Don't do anything that you did that was in secret. Keep it there.
Man, they passing that Rico left and right, man.
Don't we incriminate nobody.
You can't put the toothpaste back in the tube, Reggie.
My FBI file
don't let
is
it out.
Huge.
I believe.
Right? Because I was a soldier. So I'm not some of these people raising money, shilling and shingling. That's stuff that we would not associate. We would not allow. We didn't do that. So I'm gonna stop because I don't want to get too upset. But Dr. John Henry Clark was our boss. Dr. Leonard was the underboss.
That's right.
Dudley Thomas was our ambassador, right, in Wadu, right? And I went to Africa in 1986 with Dr. John Henry Clark, in 87 to Kemet or Egypt or whatever you want to call it in 1987. I was early in the game. So
checkmate.
So I lived that shit out. I ran.
Why y'all go there? Why you go there in 19?
5 years.
Well, hold on, Reggie. Let me straighten something out real quick, Elder. Let me straighten this out because they seem to kind of discard when people are trying to help. You know what I mean? So that's really what the problem is, and it seems like some people take things as a joke, right? So let me just present this so we can get Chef and them together. Now, I just said that they found DNA from the people from Papua New Guinea. Now, y'all know this ain't no damn person that look like for Papua New Guinea, but this is just a modern person from America. He's from the Amazon jungle. But this is a paper that they just published. It was published in 2015. Where they did they found a ghost population hints at a long lost migration to the Americas, right? Y'all see that?
I can't believe people still entertain.
Oh no. Do y'all see that?
If you share your screen, we can't see it.
It's like unbelievable.
I'm sharing my screen right now.
Yeah, we can't see it, bro.
Oh, that's crazy. What's going on?
It's like real unbelievable that
y'all. I mean, the screen is right there for y'all to share.
Even have
no. Hold on, Corey. Don't do that because they doubted that I could pull up the evidence to show why the people who taxonomize the Americas would say that it was the Negritos in the Americas when they got
2007 level information. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, it's wild. It's
2000 what?
People even entertain. Yeah, somebody need to call.
Oh no, I like that the conversation had gotten back onto
why
the
y'all
original
won't share
topic,
my screen though? What's going on?
Which was the whole Pan-African thing, and if it's viable in this day and age, and what black the other stuff, the DNA and all that.
I don't know how we even
say.
got here.
I was finna, yeah, that's what I was finna say. Like the whole
y'all
ghost
go find the source.
hold on, James. I'm saying though, yeah, but that was like 10 minutes ago when you and Chef was having that conversation. But the original topic of this evening's discussion was really the viability of Black nationalism / Pan-Africanism, and the discussion that James Small was having. That's the main topic. Those populations, I think that should be tabled for another day because,
No, we're not doing that. Slow down, because you just got here. No, Professor Small said that it was African type people that was here.
Hey, hold on, James. Hey, James, hold on 1 second. Who the fuck is outside or fucking fighting a fire or some shit?
That's me, bro. I'm on the road. Let me mute.
Just mute. Oh no, my fault, Haskell. Just mute your mic because all we hear is like fire alarms and shit. Yeah. No, go ahead, James.
No, but the point of me, I'm not finna not table this after I went and looked for it.
No, we listening, bro.
I'm talking about we couldn't hear you, bro. We was listening to fire engine.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, what I'm saying, but no, I'm not tabling this after I went and looked for it. So what I'm trying to explain, so y'all can.
Why you keep saying that, bro?
What?
Let him make his point. Please make your point.
No, we do, but go ahead, bro.
What I'm saying is, when Europeans taxonomized the world, they did it based on phenotypical features, what people look like. Y'all got to understand this in 1800. Y'all don't see. That's what it seemed like. Y'all either purposely playing like y'all illiterate, or y'all just thought.
No, we get
they didn't have
bro.
the genetic evidence to prove at that time that it might be, if this may be true. So what I'm showing y'all is now we know what the people of Papua New Guinea and down in Australia and stuff and the Andaman Islands look like. We know what they look like. They phenotypically closer to us than non.
Bro, just make your point. You saying Black Americans are indigenous, right? Right?
No, what I'm saying is these people right here could be indigenous. But let me go down right here.
Hold on, go back up. Go back up.
Go back up for a second.
Who did that say? Edwin Calloway? Is he related to Dane Calloway? I'm not listening to this source. Go ahead.
Bro, can we get back to the Pan-Africanism? I think you made your point, bro.
Hold up, this is from the Journal of Nature. What are you talking about?
And what that name right there in blue say?
I don't know.
Dane's middle name.
This is from the Journal of Nature. This is the journal.
That shit out of here.
So you don't know who David Reich is?
I know. I seen something about Calloway.
All right, can you make your point so we can move forward?
Yeah. Anyway, so let me just go on and get down to it.
It ain't no point.
It said the simplest hypothesis would be that a single population penetrated the ice sheets, which is what they told us, and gave rise to
indigenous West Africans.
That's okay.
Let him make his point because he's gonna stay here forever.
That's all right, Columbus.
No, he don't want to make the point. But I got a question. Hold on.
Y'all don't even want to know.
This all originally started because we was talking about how Professor Smalls believes that he's an Abo. You told us that you think that he's wrong and you don't believe in it.
Yeah, that they came from the Atlantic.
But why do you keep presenting, if you don't believe it and you think it's wrong information, why do you keep trying to present information supporting it?
Because Professor Smalls is saying that the phenotypical features that these people documented was from some West Africa that came from the Atlantic. Well, I'm saying that the phenotypical features that still is African phenotypical features actually can be shown through DNA from the Pacific group. But y'all don't get it.
But do you believe the Abos are real? Hold on. Do you believe in the Abo movement? You believe that that's an actual thing?
I think that they don't have the
they came from a different route.
What I'm trying to explain to y'all where the confusion comes is when they start to read what the old Europeans said in the 1800s, they say that it was some Negritos or some African type people here. If y'all don't know that, then y'all need to go look that up. Europeans, when the old books in the 1800s, they have documentation of people that look like Africans.
But why are you trying to prove a point you don't believe in, James?
It's not that I believe in. I was trying to show y'all some facts.
But you don't believe. You said Professor Smalls was wrong, but now you're presenting information to say what he's saying could be right.
I'm trying to show why, if I show Professor Smalls the genetic evidence that the people from Papua New Guinea, which he would agree has African phenotypical features, they have genetic evidence. He would just say, okay, I understand what's going on. Here's the evidence.
Hey, put the link to that source in the back chat for me, James.
So you don't
I appreciate the information.
Better academic source than you.
Yeah, let's
That
move
what you
forward.
really
Let's move
saying?
forward, but put that link in the back chat. I'd like to look at that first.
Man, I'm looking at it. It don't say none of that.
That's why I won't even read it.
It's talking about the ice bridge from Siberia, and they came. Man, what the hell is you talking about, bro? Did you read
just
this?
if you don't mind, put in the back chat or don't. But move back to the Pan-Africanist conversation. That's
I don't think
Yeah,
where.
please, let's get back to that part.
Yeah, I'm back. But yeah, y'all just read that paper.
We didn't
man.
even
That's
know
all
you
I can
left, man.
suggest.
Yeah, just put it in the
That's all
back
I
chat.
can do is suggest to y'all to read the paper because y'all don't know what I'm talking about.
But you want
And
us
see,
to read a paper or something you don't believe in.
It's not that I believe in. It's a fact. It's a genetic
All right,
fact.
we'll
He
read it,
talking about
bro.
what I believe.
Okay,
We'll read it.
hey,
It's
you
all
know
right.
what? We'll read it. We'll read it.
He talking about what I believe. I'm showing
You don't
y'all some
believe
facts. Y'all talking about what I believe.
Because
so
I know.
All right, let's move past it, bro. We'll
That's
read it.
fine.
Let's move
Yeah, I
past.
agree with you, man. Put that in the back chat, though.
Yeah, it's already there.
Okay, let me see this.
All right, but let's
nothing there.
talk about the Pan-African. Let's get to that point, though. Are we able to get to that point, or do we have ADHD?
No, I think I was listening to Reggie when he was talking. Peace, Reggie. I wasn't on the panel when you came up. My point with the Pan-Africanism still remains the same. Is that I'm sure the Pan-Africanism or the Black nationalism that Brother Reggie believes in is concise to him. It makes a lot of sense to him, his comrades, the people that fall under that same category. But my issue still remains with the concept of Pan-Africanism because there's about 5,000, and I'm probably undercounting, different versions of what people in the country, in the United States, are deeming Pan-Africanism. Then there's a whole nother African version, it seems like, with the AU that's going on in Africa. But if the whole point of it, I would assume, is to unite Africans and African people in the diaspora, African Americans, however you want to word it, in the diaspora, it's such a confusing. It's not any single one thing. And I understand what Professor Smalls was saying when he said it's a concept, because it would have to be. Because anybody who actually makes a building or actually starts doing policy, they don't agree with them. And then I know y'all don't agree with Umar because he's an embarrassment. I know y'all don't agree with certain other people up here with guns and AR-15s. We should take over the government. You don't agree with them. So I think once the message probably becomes a little more clearly defined, it might be something. But for now, to me, it's just something that's not real. When you tell me you're Pan-Africanist, I'm going to assume you're not doing anything, but it makes you feel real good to say you're a Pan-Africanist. Because that's where I do agree with Reggie. It's a lot of people that say they're Black nationalists and say they Pan-Africanists and don't do anything. It's just something that they use as a moniker or whatever you want to call it. So that's where I stand with Pan-Africanism. Y'all could talk about it. I won't disrespect you if you believe you are, but show me what you're doing and then show me what version of Pan-Africanism you ascribe to so we can have a real conversation other than this myth of unity and all the African people and the African diaspora coming under one. That's sound like some bullshit to me.
And let me say this very briefly.
Let me ask y'all something.
I wasn't even talking.
Let me make a statement. Hold on, brother.
Let somebody else
solution
talk.
do y'all got?
Let somebody else talk. Hey, James,
let me make a statement and I'll pass the mic.
Somebody else talk.
Let me make a
Pass the
statement.
microphone, but we listened to you for a while.
Let me make a statement and I'll pass the mic. It'll be brief.
Go ahead,
now, Pan-Africanism is the reason why cities like New York City and Boston literally don't have any majority Black American communities anymore, because the Black Americans there supported mass immigration and sanctuary policies, and now their communities are completely eradicated. Harlem's not majority Black American anymore. Bed-Stuy's not majority Black American anymore. Brownsville is not even majority Black American anymore. So if we want this to spread throughout the entirety of the U.S., then keep being Pan-Africanism, keep being pro-immigration, and you won't have any communities left.
Do you live in New York?
I'm from Lawton, Queens, New York. I'm trying to answer. Can I answer your question, bro, without you being emotional and light-skinned? Not only do I live in New York, I still own real estate. I still own real estate in Laurelton, Queens, New York. Yes, so go ahead, make your point.
Okay. You own real estate. I was born in 65, came to New York in 1971.
Yes.
The African American population that I came to in New York City largely was in Brooklyn was largely from the South, right? Bronx was largely Irish, the Irish and Italian. Queens was largely Jewish and other whites, right? Manhattan was all white, roughly, except for Harlem, right? With the African population, they chased us down from Lower Manhattan all the way down to Chelsea. They chased our asses all the way down to Seneca Village, and then we moved to Harlem. We was always on the run, right? When we got into Harlem, there was a Harlem Renaissance, right? But at the same time, they was beginning to, after the Garvey movement, the United States government started pushing us out based on economics. So then we moved to places like the Bronx. That's where I came. That's where we came to live because Harlem was first oversaturated, right? And yes, then came a large population of immigrants. But you want to blame black people in Pan-Africanism, but you don't want to blame the white man, you goddamn traitor.
I blame you both. I blame you both. You voted for your own demise.
You didn't mention it till I mentioned it, you
You voted
goddamn
for your own
traitor.
demise. You voted for your own
Called you a
demise, bro.
traitor.
You goddamn traitor. And see, and so what you do is you make up stories for somebody who actually lived in the places.
Yes, you fumbled the ball. You fumbled the ball, brother. You let
No.
the be eradicated.
You wasn't even in the goddamn game, nigga.
You let your
Hey, Mulatto, when
community.
you're not talking, mute your mic, bro. When you're
One
not- when you're
mic
not
at a
talking.
time. And then let me
No,
respond to him.
wasn't in the
No,
game.
listen what I'm saying. Hold
If you're
on. Listen
talking
what
to
I'm saying.
somebody, if you're
Because the
talking to
microphone sound
somebody,
bad when you're talking, Mulatto. When you're not
if
talking, just mute your
you-
mic because we getting wind and back feedback. Go ahead, Reggie.
All right, let me respond to him, and I'm gonna mute up.
No, I'm
It'll be
still
brief.
talking.
Are you still
You
going?
ain't
All right,
got
go ahead.
nothing to
Vent,
respond to.
brother.
You ain't from New York. You just talked about New York. You ain't from it. I'm older than you. I'm older than you in the context of living in these places, right? So what I am saying is there's a tragic history of Africans in New York, African Americans. First, we were Africans. We came down the South Ferry, South Street area. That's where you see Wall Street. That's where we came and we went into the slave houses, right? And became slaves from the Dutch to the English.
Yes, we know the history, brother. Can I respond to any of this, or you going to vent? Just let me know.
No,
You
I'm
venting?
telling you history. I think people want to listen to me for history.
Let's
You
go
want to
step by
make
step,
up
though.
stuff.
Let's go step by step. Let's go point for point. And let me respond to what you said, because you made a lot of points. And let me respond. It'll be brief. Yes, you said you arrived in New York in the 70s. From the 70s to the 80s to the 90s to the 2000s to the 2010s to the 2020s, you've allowed your own Black American community in New York to be eradicated. What did you do to stop it?
You're mischaracterizing it because the population of New York changed, but it changed not because of us. It changed because of other people from other places coming into New York, right? And having a life. And some of those people got subsidies by the United States government.
So, brother, are you saying the Black Americans in New York did not vote for Democrat policies? Checkmate.
No,
You all
but
voted for your own demise.
no, sucker. So
Yes, you
What do you
did.
mean by
Checkmate.
you ain't black or something?
You voted for your own demise, brother.
no, sucker. No,
And that's why we cannot. Let me say this. And you so
what you
emotional,
won't mention is
Jack.
Airplane Powell. What you who you won't mention is El Haj Malik El Shabazz, who was in that period, right?
Yeah,
You
John
won't
Turkey.
mention that. You won't mention the fusion
Say,
between
Jack.
the Garvey movement
Fucking
and
John
I know he's
African
emotional. He emotional old head.
You won't mention A. Philip Randolph. You won't mention the Harlem Renaissance. You won't mention any of that sucker because you don't know New York.
Well, let's talk about it. Let's have a
Sucker
dialogue.
is so
Yeah,
sucker
let me
is so
respond to that.
derogatory.
I know. Let me
That's
respond to this fast and
crazy.
Redbone.
Yeah, he's
I
sucking on
ain't
his
never
thoughts.
in my life called
He's
nobody
sucking
a
on
One
his
mic at a
thoughts.
time. One mic at a time.
He's trying to make us believe.
All right, go ahead. Make your point.
He's trying to repaint the history of America, so he's sucking on his thoughts.
All right, let me respond to that.
That's a whole. Hey, we gotta let Kyle get in there too. Yeah, but when y'all
let me
y'all speed this up.
Yeah, one mic at a time. Let me respond to the sassy elder, the sassy redbone elder.
Now he's sassy. This is
And
gonna
look,
devolve
this
into
point.
something else. Though.
And he
Yeah,
cannot
this
get
is
around
gonna
this point.
devolve.
Nigga, why you so concerned about my?
I know, but he
look how
calling you a
emotional he
sucker.
is.
You calling him sassy. This ain't no.
Yeah, he's sassy. He definitely sassy. But the point is this, and he cannot get around this. Well, one mic at a time. Let's have some maturity on the
No,
panel.
but how you gonna tell us?
All right, but let's have some
maturity?
maturity.
You just called
All right,
that man
before the
sassy.
listeners, brother, let's stick on the information for the listeners. God damn.
You just called him sassy, and you telling us
He
to
acting
stick on the
sassy.
information.
He acting sassy though. You have to admit.
All right,
But
y'all
let's
bring
get
this
back to the
home. I'll
information.
listen to Kyle too.
All right, but brother, back to the information, please, and it'll be brief. Let's speed it up. Regardless, and you see in his response, he never addressed my point. These elders failed the future generations because they did not preserve Black American communities. They in large and in majority voted Democrats, which supported the sanctuary policies, which flooded and eradicated Black American communities due to mass immigration. There's no way around that. So this is why we don't listen to the elders and we don't respect the elders as much as they want to be respected.
But hold on
Because
though.
they failed us.
Watch
They
this though.
failed us.
Let me ask you a question. So what year was you born in?
88.
So you wasn't even here to have a say so in what happened before you got here.
I can tell you what I did when I got here.
No. I ain't talking about what you did when you got here.
Okay, so that's why I'm holding it.
You're talking about what happened in the 70s.
Exactly. Y'all failed us.
Hold up. So you was born into a product of what
Yes,
happened to
of your failure.
Hold
I was born into the product of your failure.
Hold on, let me ask you this. So you was born in the crack. You was born in the crack era, wasn't you?
Yes, your failure. Yes, your failure. Another one of your
black
failure.
people. So it's black people fault that Europeans put crack in America. Huh?
Y'all didn't have to use the crack. Checkmate.
You don't have to do a lot.
All right then. So yes, that was your failure.
You don't have to.
You fell into the trap.
You blaming it on.
You fell into the trap. Yes, I'm blaming you. You fell into the trap.
That's a horrible. So
yes.
do you know what the minimum wage was in 1988?
No,
I'm sure you'll tell me.
This is a bad argument.
No, it's not.
I don't know if anybody else catches this.
No, because y'all don't understand how you. I guess y'all don't know how you get set up.
No, I'm just saying this argument is
just a figment of our fucking imagination, huh?
You throwing James?
No, because that's what y'all saying. This is just a figment of our imagination.
Why you keep saying y'all when you talking to him?
Because that's what y'all know.
You was talking to him, my nigga.
Let me and him have a dialogue.
Y'all over here kikiing and bullshitting with
Let me and him have a dialogue.
Niggas calling each other sassy. Y'all want us to take this shit serious? Reggie called this motherfucker a sucker. Hold on. Y'all want us to take this shit serious? Reggie done called this motherfucker.
No, bro, we want you to mute up for a second so we can have a dialogue. We want you to
call him sassy. We want to move on to something else.
No,
this sitting here being patient.
Please read up so we can have a dialogue about the failures of the older generation.
What's your name?
Mulatto.
Are you talking to me, brother?
Yeah.
Mulatto rights activist.
Mulatto rights activist. All right.
Yes, sir.
The mulatto rights activist is saying he done presented some stuff to y'all, Reggie. I mean, and I know Reggie, you wrote the Black City Plan, and all of that. And he said it's the policies that y'all followed and supported in the 70s, 80s, and 90s that have y'all communities or have our communities disenfranchised. And he named New York. He named New York as being one of the epicenters of that. How do you respond to that? Because that's something that we can actually, discuss. And is that true? Does that have any validity to it, Reggie? How would you respond to that without any name calling on both sides, y'all?
It's very simple. You can all he has to do is cite a source, cite a major book that says what he's saying is true. That's all. It's as simple as that. I don't have to respond.
Good point. Go ahead, Mulatto.
So show me a source.
All right, go ahead, make your point. Goddamn.
Show me a source that says anything that it was the policies of Black Americans, right? Changing whatever our policies are to bring in so-called immigrants who are people of African descent, and that destroyed New York when New York was segregated. And so any Black person coming in off the boat or wherever else they was coming from, they would find themselves trying to survive in the epicenters of Black people. They had no choice because they were still killing people in New York, right? We have a number of race riots in New York. So I'm a person who actually lived in New York, right? Studied in New York, was educated in New York, and I've never heard anybody say that. So until he finds a source that says,
Well, yeah, let me give you the source, brother. Let me give you the source. And watch how brief my response is. I'm not long-winded like the sassy elder, with all due respect. If we look at the voting...
No, we was doing good, Mulatto. We was doing good. Y'all had moved past that.
Well, let's keep it mature then. I'll keep it mature.
No, see,
and I won't use any ad hominems. I won't use any ad hominems.
Y'all gotta excuse him. He don't know how to have African.
Yeah, I won't use any ad hominems. It'll be brief. It'll be brief. Number one, all we have to do is cite the voting history of Black Americans in New York City throughout the 60s, 70s, and 80s, and 90s, and 2000s. The majority of them have voted Democrat, which supported mass immigration and sanctuary policies. And the Black immigrants that Reggie just brought up, they now outnumber the Black Americans in New York City. There's a little Caribbean in New York City. There's no little Black America. There's a little Haiti in New York City. There's no little Black America. Harlem is not even majority Black American. So yes, in conclusion, you Black American elders in New York and throughout the entirety of the U.S., but we're focusing on New York right now. You Black American elders in New York failed the future generations. Yes, you did not have to buy crack and use it. You did not have to buy crack and sell it to your own people. That was your choice.
Okay, that's a conflation argument. That's a conflation argument saying that Black folks, you're blaming it on the Democrats. And yes, Black folks, for good reason, in the 60s became Democrats because of the civil rights bills. So that was their way out from basically sharecropping South, right? So they voted. I was born in Virginia. My family, my daddy from North Carolina, my mama from Virginia, right? So my whole family is from Virginia. So you don't know what it is, boy, to walk into a store and somebody call you boy, right? And
you had your own stores, but you voted for integration.
And your daddy.
Now you got a point. You got a point right there.
Checkmate.
No,
you
sir.
got a point right there.
No, sir.
That's it right there.
No,
you had your own stores and you voted for integration. Address that
sir.
point.
No, sir. In Virginia, the stores were white, sir.
You had Black-owned stores in Virginia and you voted for integration.
Sir, we got our food on the truck, sir, right? We got our food on the man with the cart, right? Who came by house to house, sir. Anybody from the South know that. Anybody
so you saying, well, one mic at a time. So you saying y'all didn't have Black-owned stores in Virginia doing segregation? Checkmate.
No.
Exactly. So you voted for integration and you lost your stores.
Segregation.
Checkmate.
No, there's
you
no
had your own businesses and you voted for integration. Checkmate.
No, sir.
You made mistakes.
Sir. People.
And this is part of the problem. The elders won't even admit when they was wrong. You was wrong for voting for integration. So you had to realize you was wrong. So that means you know you was wrong.
Let me ask the question. Do you realize Reggie?
No, I'm not finished with him, James.
Hold on, let me ask him a question. Do you realize Reggie was like 1 year old when this was going, when these bills were being passed?
So we're speaking about. Let me respond to that. We're speaking about the failures that the previous generations made.
I'm trying to respond to that. Desegregation was already in effect when I was born.
Let me respond to
that. I can do when I'm 1 year old.
Exactly. Let me respond to what you just said. I'm gonna respond directly. Just like Brother Reggie inherited the failures of his future generations, he failed his own future generations, and he followed the suit of failure. It was a perpetual generational curse of failure that we have to break the curse of. How you don't realize that?
Let me tie this together right quick. Can anybody share their screen? Is that possible? Because I'm on my laptop, on my iPad. If somebody can go to Wikipedia for me, I want to show y'all something that it'll make it a lot more sense. And if whoever's pulling up, pull up Pan-Africanism on Wikipedia for us, please.
Logic, can you do that?
Thank you, Logic.
What up, Kayo?
What's going on, man? I want to show you what's going on here. So you have a position that Reggie's attached to. Then you have a young brother that's complaining about the lack of activity and certain things got kind of passed over and overlooked in the Black communities. Now, if you click on it's the second one. No, I'm sorry. It's I don't know where you at, but if you go to Wikipedia, we can go to the Wikipedia article and kind of break it down. All right. And then there is a section called Overview. Mm-hmm. And I believe it's the last paragraph.
Okay.
All right, let's
advocates of I got it. Advocates of Pan-Africanism, i.e. Pan-Africans or Pan-Africanists, often champion socialist principles and tend to be opposed to external politics and economic involvement on the continent. Critiques.
You can stop right there. Right. That's the problem. If your community is being given to you, you have no legislation, you have nothing backing you stateside, because all those efforts were carried into hopes and dreams about uniting somewhere else, and our ancestors forgot to take care of home, because the idea took them to Africa, and that's how the housing market got infiltrated in the Black community. This is why we have no social involvement. This is why we have policing issues in our community. All of this stems from the idea of Pan-Africanism, and that's the flaw in everything right there.
Yes, sir. Let me disagree with you. I agree. So wait, keep that up. Overview, because overview. Pan-Africanism stresses the need for collective self-reliance. Pan-Africanism exists as a government and grassroots objectives. An objective. Pan-African advocates include leaders such as a long list of people who talked about and fought and died for self-reliance.
How many of those in America?
Pan-Africanism.
How many of those people are in America?
Pan-Africanism believe that solidarity will enable. That means collective unity will enable the continent to fulfill its potential to independently provide for all its peoples.
Which continent, though, Reggie?
Crucially,
which continent, Reggie? Let's walk through this. I want to show you the flaw in this thing, right? So when we start at the very top, it gives you a list of all these different leaders. How many of them are from America? Show me one.
Marcus Garvey, W.E.B. Du Bois. Well, from the Americas, you could add Marcus Garvey. They got a couple of them. So
okay. Gotcha. So we're talking about the early 1900s, right? So then you got Malcolm X, right? So the vast majority, what's that, like 5% of the people even mentioned in Pan-Africanism are in the Americas. Now, Malcolm X, they had a strong following in New York. I won't discredit that, right? W.E.B. Du Bois did his thing, right? But he was not necessarily preaching against the involvement in political structure. Now, when we scroll down to modern day Pan-Africanism, what we are talking about is an idea that removes you from local activity in the immediate surrounding of you. Like everything that y'all be talking about, it be so grandiose, and like y'all be talking about some amazing shit, but it ain't nowhere near you.
Exactly.
Like the problem is, you need to, if you want to really have Pan-Africanism, the recipe is easy. It start in your own community. Take that shit over. Take over your own community. No business starts from the top down. They start from the bottom and build up. The bottom is the foundation. You have. And
please let me say this one sentence. I apologize for cutting you off. Just even the term Pan-Africanism is a derailment of the Black American, because it causes us to focus on a foreign land instead of the land right underneath our feet in our own country.
No, it doesn't.
It definitely does.
It does, and that's the biggest problem.
Hold on. Let me ask you. In which way let me ask you. In which way does Pan-Africanism go? So was it an ideology that was born in the Americas that was given to the Africans to get them free ideology, or did they create it themselves and then it came this way? Which way did this idea come from?
We created it.
Is it an American idea, or is it an African continental idea?
We created it and tried to impose it on them.
Exactly.
Okay, now. So do you think that when we did that, we excluded ourselves from the fucking idea?
But that's the
we
crazy
excluded
part.
our communities from that idea.
They got it. They
Hold
said,
on, homie.
gonna use this over here.
You slow down. When we created this whole scenario where we was gonna use this to be Pan-Africans, meaning all Africans together, it came from the Americas and it went over there. And when it got there, guess what happened? Colonialism, they got free based on the ideology of Pan-Africanism. Is that not true? Was it not the ideology of Pan-Africanism that freed the continent of Africa? Yes or no?
That has nothing to do with us. Bro.
What you mean it ain't got nothing to do with it?
Like if Liberia or whatever those
so the thought that we can be free and independent ain't got nothing to do with it.
Listen to what I am saying, okay?
Man,
that's a good thing for them, but it's not a good thing for us. If we are
one and the same.
Oh, that's your ideological belief.
So were you not enslaved by Europeans?
That is irrelevant for our conversation.
Nah, it's irrelevant.
No,
everything irrelevant when I start talking.
Because we are talking about political and social involvement.
No, we got to talk about all of it. You just can't pick cherry pick.
But you can't care more about a people that's
because these
from than you care about.
So we in this situation because we just you can. It didn't have nothing that we went through and got from no reason why we in this situation.
Logical person will care more about something that's 6,000, 4,000, 5,000 miles away than they do about their neighbor down the block, bro. Like
I'm talking about right here. I'm not talking about what's going on in Africa as well.
So what I have pointed out is right here. It said that Pan-African standalone do not be involved in the political system that's surrounding you. Does it not? Did we not just read that?
So now everything you read, you believe all of a sudden. I was trying to read something y'all. I
don't know the rules no more, man. What are the rules here, man?
Yeah. Listen. You can't move the goalposts. Hold on, James.
Now y'all believe everything y'all
read. Hold on, James. We are not gonna sit here and have a conversation where the retort is, are you gonna believe everything that you read? When in actuality, all y'all do, hold on, James, I'm talking. When all y'all do is bring sources, go read this. I've heard, my nigga, I'm talking. Goddamn, did you learn discourse in Pan-Africanism? What do you mean, y'all? I ain't said nothing in 2 hours. My point is this: you can't use the retort. Not like you can't believe everything you want to read, because the first question y'all ask everybody when they bring up a point is, what have you read? So at the end, when you was talking about the Abo thing, you presented something that you read. Right. So if Pan-Africanism, and that's the Kyle, that's my issue with the Pan-Africanism too. It's because as soon as you pinpoint one Pan-Africanist into whatever version of Pan-Africanism they believe in, they immediately switch to a whole nother one.
Exactly.
There are Pan-Africanists. See how far this definition.
My nigga, you don't understand what. Just let me finish talking. I'm not gonna talk long. Y'all can have it. I'm just listening and moderating the show. The point is, if there is a version of Pan-Africanism that says do not get involved with local government, do not get involved with policy, then what Mulatto is saying would be correct. Because if you don't do that, the only way you can change your neighborhood, since we're talking about solutions, is you start with local government. Exactly. Your council, your mayor, your this and that. If your solution to somehow getting whatever the hell Pan-Africanists want black people to get, or Africans in the diaspora, is don't participate in politics at all, you should be discouraging people behind that shit. You shouldn't be pushing people towards that. That don't make sense.
Contradiction.
Exactly. And then wait, hold on, Mulatto. And then soon as I push you on that point, that's what I mean. Professor Smalls last night got one version of Pan-Africanism. Reggie got a black nationalist version of Pan-Africanism. Dr. Umar got another version of What version? Y'all keep saying that Pan-Africanism is a solution, and what solution y'all got? What version of Pan-Africanism is the one that we all supposed to subscribe to? Well, y'all can't even get on the same page with the version of the ideology you have, but you want us to get behind it. That don't make sense.
The one to get your ass killed. That one. The one to keep getting all these leaders killed. That's the version we're talking about.
I mean, if you want to die, Have at
No,
it.
no, it ain't about what you want to do. When you fighting for your people, that's what's gonna happen if you ain't got nobody protecting.
Then why you
That's
ain't
what
dead,
happens.
James?
Yeah, so why you ain't dead?
Why I ain't dead?
Why you still talking to us? Why you on
Why
YouTube?
I ain't dead? Because I ain't out here in the mainstream media.
Oh, you ain't doing
saying what
shit?
I'm saying
Yeah,
Oh,
right
you
now.
mean you ain't a real?
doing nothing,
Oh, okay.
James.
So you
No,
just
no,
you
no,
just
no,
Pan-Africanist by
talking
name.
about
See,
it.
this is what I'm saying.
No, you can't tell me to go out and
This what's
die
going
if you
on.
ain't
No,
dead.
I ain't.
When was
I'm
your
not telling
last
y'all to
brush
You
do
with
that.
just
death,
told
James?
us
I'm
in
just
order to
telling
be a
y'all what
real
happens when you do.
Pan-Africanist, we gotta be
I'm
willing
telling
to
y'all what
die.
happens
And
when
you
you do.
breathing just like us. You are,
No,
and
no,
then
no.
you're not a
James
I'm
Small
telling you
done
what
had, he
happens
done had
when you
brushes
do
with
this.
death.
You
When
get
was your
killed.
last brush
So
with death?
that's exactly why I'm
Yeah,
reserved in
you
what I
bugging
do
out.
because I understand what the consequences is, just like y'all
Yeah,
do.
you
Well, then
want
go
to
die.
like you, James Small.
Now I'm
James
not
Small
going to
was
go
out there.
die.
You believe that we
Why
need
would
it
I
for our
want to go
people,
do
and you
that?
willing to go
I'm
the
gonna
whole
die
way.
anyway.
Go die.
See this? So this
James,
is y'all rebuttal.
No, I know you
Watch
the
this,
one that
this
brought
is
up
you
that
just
dumb
said
shit.
that.
I
You
You
said
just said that dumb shit.
y'all won't
I don't
read.
think you gotta die. You do.
Won't stroll all the way up to the top of this page. You know how much of this you miss when you go into the definition.
I'm
Y'all
not
scroll
even
down
thinking.
and
I ain't
cherry
even follow
pick.
the Wikipedia
Yeah,
shit.
so stroll. See how much of this y'all stroll past.
No, I want to go back to you
Show
saying you ain't a
everybody how
real
much y'all stroll
Pan-Africanist
past.
unless you're
Scroll
willing
up.
to die for it. Then what are you?
Yeah, you're gonna have to be willing to die
Then
for
what
it.
are
And I'm willing
you?
to die
Then
for
what?
my people.
Okay, then fuck all. Fuck everybody else. What are
Y'all,
you
because
doing?
y'all ain't willing to
Okay,
die for
then
it.
what
I
kind of
already recognize what this
Pan-Africanist
is.
are you? If you ain't out there willing to die, so you just
Yeah,
capping
I'm willing
like
to
the
die
rest
for
of
my
them.
people. But y'all not willing to die for it. That's what the
What the
problem is.
hell? What do I got to do with it?
You're not
You.
willing to, yeah, I know
You,
because
I
y'all
don't
don't
ascribe to I don't
y'all
ascribe
don't
to
believe in independence
Pan-Africanism.
and all.
You do.
Y'all
So
talking about
since
okay,
you
watch
ascribe to
what
Pan-Africanism and
would
that's
it
your
take?
worldview,
Let
and
me
you ain't
ask
a
y'all.
Pan-Africanist unless you're willing to die, go die.
Let
Why
me
you
ask
on
you
here
this.
talking to us?
So it was no deterrence in why we ain't doing what we need to do. No, they ain't
No,
never tried.
you see,
Hold
no,
up,
you
Europeans
switching the
ain't never tried to
conversation.
stop
You're
trying to get
switching
Africans.
the
up to go
Let
die.
me
conversation.
That's
ask
crazy.
y'all
No,
something.
hold on,
Europeans
James.
ain't don't
Hold
never
on,
try to
James.
stop us from being successful
Hold
on
on,
our own.
James.
That
You
don't
just
happen.
told us your version of Pan-Africanism involves freedom fighting and dying, but you
You will
on
have to die
YouTube with
to try to
us.
get some of the
Nah,
stuff
hold
we
on.
do.
I'm gonna get this out. But you saying that we gotta die. That
You
mean,
do.
and that furthers my point that most Pan-Africanists, if not all that I've listened to so far, they are Pan-Africanists in name, but they don't actually do anything. And if your version is
Yeah,
dying and you still alive, then you capping too. Your cap is in
exactly.
your name.
No,
Exactly.
this is what this is.
Don't
I'm
tell me to
talking.
go die while you on YouTube talking to
I'm talking to
Trimedia
my
and
people.
Carnivorous. What the hell we talking
Hold on,
about?
listen what's
Exactly.
crazy. I'm talking to my people and listen to what y'all saying.
I am not, bro.
Y'all
What?
ain't saying
What are you talking
y'all
about?
ain't saying y'all. I guarantee you, none of y'all ain't got no solution to what we need to do. Go. I'm gonna shut up.
You think
Go ahead.
Pan-Africanism is a
What can we
solution?
do right
I
now?
can't answer that
Y'all
though.
know
I
it's
can't answer that.
solution
I can't
thing.
answer
No,
that.
no,
What
no.
we do right? What we
You
need to
think
do right now?
Pan-Africanism is a
Go ahead.
solution to bring up another solution to go against Pan-Africanism ain't even real.
No, I'm not talking about going against Pan-African. I'm talking
That's a
about
So
good
why
point,
the
though.
you no,
That's a good
but
so
you
point.
would
you
have
just
no
y'all
for
say
you
we
to tell
supposed
us
to
to
have.
present a
Y'all tell us
solution,
what the
you would have
solution is
had to
right
have
now. Go.
already presented a solution. And I'm telling you, Pan-Africanism or the 5,000 different versions of Pan-Africanism that y'all practice, the one where you supposed to be dead, but you up here talking to us, y'all presenting something that it makes you feel good. It's a concept, it's an ideology, but nobody is actually practicing it.
How
So
do
it's
you know?
not a solution. I'm not presenting my solution to your
How do you
fucking
know?
fantasy.
What do you mean nobody's practicing it?
He needs to check me on this. You know, and I don't
Huh?
even speak to him. I don't even speak to him really after he did that.
What do you mean
I don't know.
nobody's
Reggie talking to
practicing
somebody
Pan-Africanism?
else.
I'm talking to you. What do you mean nobody's practicing Pan-Africanism right now?
Because you're not dead. You're not dead. You said you better be ready to die.
So hold
During
on. Did you
George
go by
Floyd, did you
hold on.
go out there? You wait when George Floyd happened, you was ready to die. Now that we got the Trump administration and we feel like
I
black
don't know
monuments
what's
and
wrong
everything
with
is
you.
being
See
removed
how
as
you
they
think?
are all across the country. Are you out there
You
willing to
just
die?
supposed to, no, that ain't how it works. I don't
I ain't
understand
saying
why
we,
you
because
have.
I'm not a Pan-Africanist. I'm
I
talking to
know.
you.
So you talking to me. So let me explain to you how this works.
Okay, go
You
ahead.
don't go out there and try to go get killed.
Yeah, that's what you said. We didn't say that.
No, I did not say that. That's what
you
I
said. You got to be
said,
ready to die.
What I said was the consequences of real Pan-Africanism for African leaders is death. That's what I said.
So what are you doing? Are you doing real Pan-Africanism?
Hold on, let me ask you this. You consider me an African leader?
I guess not.
Well,
No, wait. I guess not. No. I can't even lie. I guess not. You're right right there. I don't consider you. I don't. No, you're right. I don't. You're right.
So we talking about people like Malcolm X that got murdered. People like Quanboy.
That's in the 60s. Can you come to the year 2000?
Yeah, okay, so you
because y'all keep bringing up every time y'all talk about Pan-Africanism, y'all talk about Nkrumah, John Henry Clark, Malcolm.
Exactly, bro.
Where, you know who the prince? Why don't you talk about the prince of Pan-Africanism? I ain't talking. You still too far back. I was born in '86, so no. You too far back. Right now, you know who y'all leader is right now, James? The Prince of Pan-Africanism, Dr. Umar Johnson. Tell me about him. He the one that. If you ask somebody on social media right now who runs Pan-Africanism, they're gonna say the Prince of Pan-Africanism. I'm not talking about. So answer to him.
I'm not talking about a con man. I didn't mention him. You did.
That's fine. Well, you went to college. Ain't nobody after college.
Come along under the cloak of Pan-Africanism. That is not our fault that he came.
Who is after? You're right. I agree with you. Who's after college?
We're responsible for.
Who is after college? Okay, you said college. Who else? Jesse Jackson. Wait, are y'all? Did anybody in the? Is there a millennial that practices this shit?
What I'm
is
saying
there anything that happened in the past 25 years?
What I'm saying is all of our leadership ain't never did nothing for us from what we
Who
said.
is the okay? Then who's the leader? Okay, fine. Name the leader. Who's the leader of it? Or who's the leader of the version you? Hold on, wait.
We can the list goes down.
A bunch of old ass niggas. So this Al Jackson and Al Sharpton worked for fucking CNN. So I don't want to hear nothing about his Pan-Africanism. He works for a white network. Come on, bro. You reaching. You're drowning. You are drowning right now.
Who are the leaders in y'all era right now?
You are drowning. And who leads your version? Wait. Who leads your ready to die version of Pan-Africanism?
Y'all ain't even got none y'all can name.
Who leads your ready to die version of Pan-Africanism?
Who y'all lead is today?
No. You keep throwing it to us. We don't ascribe to that ideology. We talking to you. Who is your leader? Because if you don't have a leader, then you would be the leader, and you got niggas following you that is waiting for leadership.
Y'all niggas in y'all 40s and 50s right now. What y'all doing?
Who the hell's in their 40s and 50s?
Bro.
Y'all 40s?
No,
ain't in their 40s either. Old ass nigga.
Y'all in y'all 30s. So y'all old enough to take a position of leadership. What the fuck y'all do?
I take a position of leadership.
I can't answer that.
No. I take a position of leadership in my family.
Who the leader around here now?
Of my family, me.
Y'all got such a great generation. What a leader at? Name.
No, you know it's funny. You failed to present one. Now you don't. You want us to put real to your fantasy. No. You want us to put real to your fantasy once again. Once again, you have this fantasy that there is a Pan-Africanist leader, and you want us to put something real to your fantasy. You want us to put a real solution to the fantasy of Pan-Africanism. So stop, James. James, you reaching.
No, we ain't.
I'm disappointed, my nigga.
Now we talking about just African American leadership in general. Where is it at? Since we don't need it, where is it just regular leadership at that y'all got?
Nobody said we don't need it. We're saying you don't have it.
No, leave Pan-Africanism out of it.
No, we ain't leaving the show is about Pan-Africanism. We talking about you. When y'all get on the hot seat, what y'all like to do is all of a sudden start talking about other shit. We talking about you. We talking about you. The show is about Pan-Africanism. We talking about you. Don't move it to something else. Don't move. No, we're not moving it to nothing else. Because you.
I know you don't want to do.
Because we're talking. Because that's what the show is about, James. You want us to talk about? See, here we go. Here we go.
Y'all ain't got shit to say.
Hostile escape. Go ahead and do your hostile escape.
I'm not escaping him.
Shut the fuck up. The fuck. Call me a hoe and think I'm gonna keep talking to you.
No, I didn't curse you out. I didn't.
Nigga, you just called me a hoe. You ain't got to curse, nigga. Get the fuck off my panel. Who's next?
Did the mulatto dude ever show his source on how Harlem changed because of the immigrants? Because of black policies? Did he ever show that?
You want me to take the thing on?
Yeah, let somebody. You call me a hoe. You ain't gonna stay on here.
Did Mulatto ever show you?
I don't know. I don't know if he's still here, Reggie. I don't think.
Okay, I know. I just want to know. I just want to know if he ever showed your source that it was Black Americans' policies that that actually was the force behind the change in these populations in these cities. If he didn't, that's fine. We can move on. Thanks for having me on.
Appreciate you, Reggie.
Your brother Reggie.
Yes, Logic. How you doing?
You was gone for a while. Did you miss our conversation, man? It was
I was talking to I was talking to I have to replay it, which I will.
Okay. So, hey, Reggie, I actually really want to talk to you more, man. I feel like there's some unnecessary contention there, and I think I don't want it. I don't like it, and I think we can have some productive conversations without it for real talk.
Well, we do.
I'm telling Reggie that. I really feel like that. For real.
Well, we do, Logic. We have productive in between, back and forth, like when we're on a show with a whole bunch of people talking about stuff in between. But if it's just mano y mano, I listen. I have to think. I actually have to think, and I have to listen to what you're saying and either source it, right, or find something that I think will be will help my argument. So I don't have a problem with that.
Yeah, I'm never the kind of person that I'm not afraid of being wrong.
But I was the first. I different than everybody else because I was in the movement, trained in the movement. Dr. John Henry Clark on his first page three, which I read last night. Page 3, he says that a cultural revolution is needed within the whole African world. He says that in addition to a need for a total reconsideration of Pan-Africanism, because he felt that it was going astray, a cultural revolution is needed. So Pan-Africanism is just an idea, and you have Pan-Africanism is just an idea, and you have people trying to make it their own. You have people who did not participate in Pan-Africanism, right? In the arguments where it was happening in the universities, and it was happening in the Pan-African conferences, which none of us were here for, but it was happening in the universities. Do you understand? It's a university of Black studies idea and concept. The people that's in the street, they're mixing it with their own ideas, socialism. They're mixing it with their own ideas and their own affiliations, communism, socialism. They're using Pan-African, they're using it. They don't believe in it. And that's my point. They're using it to bolster what they're really trying to push, which is their own pockets, socialism, right? And communism, right? But Black nationalism is always the thing that we should talk about. Black nationalism, because that's local to specific places. Now, that may have a bridge to Pan-Africanism, but it's more important to talk about Black nationalism. Its pros and its cons. And I'll stop.
Okay. I appreciate that. Me personally, from what I've heard, and this is where we'll disagree, I'm actually, based on what I'm learning about Black nationalism, I'm not vehemently against it. I actually support. It sounds like a very high percentage of it, in the 90%. But I feel like that potential bridge. See, everything I'm hearing about Black nationalism is all economic and political, but that potential bridge into misinformation kills all the good I feel like comes out of that. Because now you got to unwind all of these other contradictions to where you lead in the thoughts of, oh, we can't participate in this system, oh, we shouldn't be voting, or oh, the economics is bad, and all white people are mean you no good. Like, you got to unwind all these other things that could potentially slow down your progress, just in order to kind of like get behind the thing that actually does work. So that to me, that's, I guess, just like I
agree. I agree, and I think I said that there are people who pimp Pan-Africanism, right, for their own personality. If you ask them who their mentors were, comes up short. So all of these groups of people, these people right now calling themselves Pan-Africanism, did they know Dr. Clark? No. Did they have a relationship with Dr. Leonard Jeffries and Dr. Dudley Thomas? No. Right? Did they have any relationships to Alumbe Braff, who was a Pan-Africanist, but a socialist Pan-Africanist? All People's Revolutionary Party is socialism, but they believe in all African people's socialist party, right? But they're not part of any of these organizations, none. And so sometimes I'm a lone wolf because I could tell the story, because in these places, I have been in these places. I've looked at all the tribes. I've been at the first Million Man March. You could see me on a damn commercial of the Million Man March, right? Or the anniversary that they talked about the Million Man March. And
I didn't know that.
Oh yeah. So and I went to the Armory with Minister Louis Farrakhan and Dr. Khalid Muhammad. I went to Madison Square Garden with Professor Small and Dr. Leonard Jeffries and got super frisked going there, right? And I'm just saying to these people,
super frisked.
Yeah, what the hell, Paul? This nigga said he got overtime.
I act with a super frisk.
No.
Hey, Reggie, I don't even want to know what super frisk
violation.
Jesus Lord.
A super frisk is when they have the whole fruit. You're going into Madison Square Garden. They're not going to let a razor blade.
Is when they have to do what?
A toothbrush. When you go through the wall.
I've been to the garden, Reggie. I know I'm familiar with what you're talking about, but you said they have to hold what?
Super
frisk. No, if you have a toothbrush, you have a razor.
Oh, okay. I get what you mean.
So they make
you talking about when they being like really, really over the top. You can't bring nothing in, no bags, no
you
nothing.
Can't. When we was going to Madison
I'm about to go upstairs and super frisk my girl. She gonna be like, baby, what you doing? This is a super frisk.
I'm checking for a toothbrush. Nah, but he not capping though. Sometimes the garden is over the top.
No, yeah, it's just how he said it. We get it.
Freak. No, because it was a super frisk in the Madison Square Garden.
I know. Stop saying it though,
yeah. New York niggas.
I'm trying to move from the conversation. You taking us right back to the toothbrush.
Because I would tell them. They know me. They don't know most of. They know you.
Hey, Reggie, I got a question for you, right? Let me tell you what you missed while you was gone. I got a question for you. So, one of my issues with the concept of Pan-Africanism is that there's so many different, like a point you just made, which I really like, that there are people out here that are misusing it because the definition in 2025 is more broad. It's more open for interpretation because of maybe social media, or a lot of the leaders, like you said, the original leaders are no longer here, and their students are maybe not as staunch as they were, right? So when I'm listening to people that call themselves Pan-African, and they're telling us that this is what you need to do, and this, that, and the other, when you don't see that in their actions, they can't tell you who their leader is. They can't tell you what they're willing to do. They're willing to tell you that you're supposed to die for this. You're supposed to die for would be willing to die for the unity of Black people under Pan-Africanist ideals. But they can't tell you what their version of Pan-Africanism is. And you can't see it. And like you said, when you go back to ask them, well, who is the one that you learned from? Or who is your leader? Or who is your teacher? And they can't do it. Or they start saying Al Sharpton and Khalid Muhammad from back in the day. Never met them. Never met none of these people. But they saying that that's who their version of Pan-Africanism is. Would you fault the average human being, not Black, white, or otherwise, in saying, if you're not doing anything, you can't clearly explain what your ideal is, and you can't clearly tell us who taught you this, but you want us to do it, do that sound stone crazy to you, or do it just sound stone crazy to me?
And that's why it sounds stone crazy. And so when I was in the early days, when I was being trained and soldiered under Professor Small and others, we just wouldn't allow that, right? We would push them to the side, right? or we would talk to them, right? We wouldn't allow people to come up from nowhere, West Bubble F, because that sounds like you're an agent, and start talking about, and you don't know nobody. See, during those times, everybody in something, people knew them. So we knew people in other organizations, right? And we sometimes what's the word? Sometimes we argued, right, across organizations on political issues, right? Like let's say the December 12th, and those people who are calling themselves Pan-Africanism or Black nationalism. We argue up and down with these people, and we love them, but nobody could just come out of the blue. We learned that from the assassination of Malcolm X. You just can't come out of the blue and start talking and you ain't got no affiliations, because everybody in the organization knew somebody in the organization, right? So, like, for example, I have some disagreements with the Nation of Islam, right? They know who I am. They don't, and I love them and they love me. The Nation of Islam, no matter what Dr. Clark said about the Nation of Islam and Malcolm's assassination, when Dr. John Henry Clark died, the Nation of Islam gave me their finest fruit to bury Dr. John Henry Clark. And then they doubled down when Dr. Yusuf Ben Jochanan died. Minister Louis Farrakhan gave me their finest fruit of Islam to bury Dr. Yusuf Ben Jochanan. And we disagree on some points, but we love each other. But these people that I'm talking to, these mulatto people, when you ask them what organization that they're from, they can't tell you. And so I agree with you. I agree it muddied the water. And to me, talking about Pan-Africanism is not as relevant as talking about what you're doing in your local community and doing for your people's best interest. Right? I like the word best interest.
Then we in the best. Then me and you on the same page, because I can understand I can understand exactly why you saying more of the Black nationalist part, because I don't believe in this particular country, as long as we're here, until we find another place to go, as long as we're here, if your plan to somehow make things better for Black people, I'm not saying it's going to be 100% better, but at least in your local area, most mayors live in the town that you can meet them. You can go talk to your sheriff. You can go have a relationship with these people. You can participate on student council. You could participate in city council. You could do these things and try to change your specific area. Now, I'm not saying just participate is going to change everything, but I'm saying participate. But when you don't, and then you also tell me that we can't have any change because, and I'm not saying this is to you, but if your retort to me is the government ain't going to do nothing for Black folk, that's something other, but you don't participate at all, then I got to believe that you just capping. So, and that's why I say, I will say this about you, Reggie, while everybody, you say sometimes it's a joke, this and the other, I have seen videos of you at rallies. You have done things. So I get it. It's just, all these people with Pan-African in their name and claiming Pan-Africanism is really muddying the waters and making Pan-Africanism look very undesirable. And I agree. People that are actually trying to make change.
I'm on your side. That's the thing about it. I'm actually on your side. And when I have to talk about it, I'll pull up a book. I'll show you that I've read, but and talk. And you're right about my work. You can see me. Wow. You can see me in 2002, 2001, testifying in the city hall for reparations. Now, some people might say that that's Pan-Africanism. No, see, there's so many different elements. I testified for reparations for Black people in America getting reparations. All these new reparation people, they never testified. They haven't written any paper. Ask them what paper they written so you can see their sources. That's what we do on this channel. Uncas taught us, Sheffrin's that dude. Sheffrin's smart dude. Sheffrin will make you source or find a source against you. I don't play with Sheffrin like that, right? He will pull up a Wikipedia article to start, and then he'll pull up something else. Don't let these people come on your show start talking about Pan-Africanism and they got names like mulatto.
Hey Reggie, let me
Why did I know you was gonna come back full circle? Directly to that.
Let me ask you a question, Reggie. I know you was reading the book. You was like on chapter 3, and it said something about adjusting the culture and revamping, or something to that extent.
Page 3, the first commentary. Page 3.
Yeah. So we're on the same page. So do you think that it would be a better idea to kind of rethink the core principles of Pan-Africanism, hindsight 2020? And what I'll present is, instead of socialism and instead of not having political involvement, do you think that should be a change in that narrative to have political involvement and then also practice social capitalism? Because in a socialistic system, typically the government or the system in itself has the funds and has the ability to take care of the people in a fair and reasonable amount, right? But when you have a new system that's being created, a lot of times you don't necessarily have that backing, financial backing, and infrastructure. But if one was to practice social capitalism, now the people are involved in building the infrastructure up for that particular system, and the system can then generate funds to take care of those that are in need within that community, rather than the community solely being reliant on the wealthiest of the wealthy. In social capitalism, it promotes wealth within the people.
Well, my professor, Dr. Leonard Jeffries, taught us the pyramid concept. In this context, you need economics, you need politics, you need culture. You need all three of those things to work, right? I don't think that Pan-Africanism is something right now that our people right now need to talk about. I don't.
Hey man, we can end it right
please,
there.
Hey, please clip that DQ when we done. Please clip that.
I do not.
Because I agree, bro. They killed. And you know what's sad, Reggie? Anybody that's not a Pan-Africanist, when we say stuff like that, it's like, oh, you're not down for the movement, or like proof evidence. You got a white wife. Like what the for real? Like that's your retort. Like it's just nobody wants to unify. Nobody has the time. We got enough stuff going on in our life as black men and with my black queen. To be worried about trying to listen to something that has no real substance. It has no real substance. Like you tell me black nationalism and you explain that point, that makes sense to me.
I don't think
it makes sense. But Pan-Africanism, and then it's the people that's talking to me. It's like nothing about you says Pan-Africanism. Like you ain't like you just told, and that's what I mean, bro. I and lightheartedly, I apologize.
Ask them a question. You okay?
I'm ready to die.
If you are you're not ready to die, because most of these people, they're scared to get on planes. I went to Africa in '86. I'm not listening to none of these nuts. I'm not listening to none of these nuts. You're ready to die, but you're not going to get on a plane. So I'm not doing that with them. My whole thing is, okay, so when did you go to Africa and for what? Who did you go with? Why did you go? Right? What did you learn? What countries did you learn? Right? I went to Senegal. I went to Ghana. I went to Ivory Coast. I went with Dr. John Henry Clark, right, in 1986. This is when most of Africa had dirt roads. They wasn't even on the cusp of industrializing, right? Dirt roads, right? You had to pee if you wanted to relieve yourself. You had to go out in the field in a hole, right? And if you went to in some hotels and in some, like I went to the museum in Senegal, the Senegal Museum. The bathroom was simply a hole in the floor. There was no toilet paper, right? There was something that you could a faucet, and most people what they would do after they defecate, they would try to clean up with the water as best as they can. But you better not touch the banister going down, because that's where everybody wipes off. So they didn't have no toilet tissue. So you either wipe off on your clothes or you wipe off on that goddamn banister. Now, that was 1986 in Senegal. In Ghana, you go into a hotel, I don't care if it's a 5-star hotel, your bed that you're going to sleep on at night is wet, it's moist. There's no air conditioning. There was no air conditioning, right? No air conditioning. And in the morning, you open up the shades, it's a million goddamn insects out there waiting. So if you're stupid enough to open up your window for some breeze, your ass is getting tore up by a million different species of insects, right? And then on the trail from place to place, you know what your snack may be? Bush meat. You know what bush meat is? Anybody know what bush meat?
It sounds like some dried monkey meat.
Oh yeah, you get you some color.
No, it's a big ass rat with a goddamn shish kebab up his anus to his mouth, right? And
that's a grass cutter.
Yeah, it's a grass cutter. So if you didn't prepare yourself, meaning you didn't listen to Brother Reggie, right? As I give a kind of a how can I say, when you give a pre-tour conversation, Brother Reggie will tell you to bring some peanut butter, bring some jelly. If you eat sardines, bring canned food, bring snacks, because don't be on that dirt road for 4 hours because you might end up eating some bush meat. That's a rat, a grass cutter, right? So that's the Africa that I was introduced with, and we were going to villages, right? Most of the people shirtless and shoeless. All the kids had no shoes, right? Only the chiefs had shoes. So when they say Pan-Africanism, what are you doing with these villages? What are you doing with all of these villages that are dirt poor? So I'm not listening to bourgeois people pontificate while they use your money to buy houses, to buy fancy cars, and for people to say, "Hey, brother such and such," and "Hey, brother such and such," and all of this. Yeah, I mean, I get nauseous when I see this, because I'm like, most of these people, they didn't go to Africa in '86 when they had the what do you call it, the Ghana festivals? I forgot that festival. And the welcome. What is it? The welcome.
The Yam Festival.
No, the Yam Festival was traditional. I'm talking about the modern day festivals. The return, the day of return BS.
Yeah, that was bullshit.
That was bullshit. And before that, they had the music festivals with Gary Bird and Stevie Wonder. They didn't go to Africa until Stevie Wonder might have went on tour. But Gary Bird, he didn't go before I went. So when we came back and we started bringing people, remember, I did tours for 5 years. I must have brought over maybe about 700 people, right? Interested in Africa, right? Just to see what it is, right? Then they said there's money in this. So the Africans tricked us. We're going to have some festival, right? Bring in all this American money, right? And they upgraded. They used us to upgrade, but they gave us nothing. No dual citizenship, no representation in their government, right? Their government is, somebody pull up for me Ghana Supreme Court. Pull up for me, put on the screen Ghana Supreme Court, an image. Please do that for me.
I got you.
Logic, you got it.
Yep.
But see, you know what's crazy, Reggie? Before I'm not cutting you just while he's pulling it up. So I actually went with my brothers for the year to return because they was looking to do some investment, because that's how they got you over there. It was kind of like the timeshares that be doing at the Pocono, come over, this, that, and the other. But when we got there, it's funny that you describing it in 1986. So I'm going to tell you what I saw in, I want to say 2018, 2019. It literally trash burning, sewage in the streets. The air conditioner was crazy. They kept calling these dump soil. And I'm like, what are you talking about? It was like, it was power outages. Like it was insane. So then when they saw that we was like they gave us their security, but there was really no security at all, because security kept asking us for money and this on the other. So we went and got our own. But here's the crazy part, right? So then when it seemed like we definitely wasn't doing no investing, we was just ready to go home. The flies was insane. It was too hot. It just didn't seem like something that made sense. when we did it, then they started talking about, well, we can talk about kingships and you could become the tribal this and all that and the other. So we just left. So here's the thing. It's not like people haven't tried to have that connection, because my brother, I wouldn't say he's a Pan-Africanist, but he's gone to Kenya, Accra. He goes to Africa like we go to the Poconos or something like that. But his thing was, he was so disappointed because how have you not fixed this? He was telling me, like how you're saying, and then I was born in 86. I don't know what it was like in 86, but he was telling me how in the 90s, how it really hasn't looked that same. They've been able to put up a false face to where it looks, but once you start picking at the infrastructure, it's still relatively the same.
Okay,
so it's crazy.
Ghana Supreme Court. Okay, so the laws of the land. Watch this. The laws of the land that would decide how the country, the laws of the country run. The whole country, right? In every country. So they have Supreme Courts in every country, and that decides the whole law of the whole country. Can somebody put up Ghana Supreme Court an image? Can you please put that up?
You mean you want me to scroll?
Just type Google Ghana Supreme Court.
Ghana Supreme Court and press image.
I'm right there.
Right. Can you put it on?
Yeah, but it's not on the screen.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought it was. There we go. What are you trying to get me to click on?
Right there. Go all the way down. Go all the way down with the people in the red with the white wigs. Blow that up.
Wigs, WHIGS.
Ones that looking like Santa Claus. Put that on the big screen. Put that on the big screen. And then blow it up.
It's not up there?
No, it's up there, but you got it blown up.
Okay. Go there and click visit. Yeah.
I got you.
You took the screen down.
Yeah, I got you.
Okay. There you go.
You see it?
Yeah, that's Ghana Supreme Court.
With them WHIGS's on.
Right. So does this look like something that's Pan-Africanist?
Absolutely not.
They decide the laws of the land. You would think that they would be interested in their own country, right? Their own country laws, their traditional laws, right? Mm-hmm. All of that. No, they're still aligned with the West. That ends this conversation. Let me see. I don't know.
I ain't gonna lie. That title is crazy too. Just pull that down. What does that say? 2 lawsuits challenge the constitutionality of what?
LGBTQ. Because here they
was LGBTQ identity a crime. Damn.
Yeah, they want to, of course, and at least in Africa, they want to make. They're not into gay or homosexual.
Yeah, that's clear. They laugh at that shit.
So that's fine, but why do it? But it's an oxymoron. When you got white wigs on,
you got a damn wig on though,
looking like Santa Claus. So my whole thing is, the problem is do you see any Black American representation in that? No. So us, so the problem with this is that you have the Du Bois Center here. Here's an African American who left America, one of our great thinkers, and there's a center called the Du Bois Center, right? They're asking money from Harvard and stuff for help with the Du Bois Center, instead of asking. Du Bois was a Pan-Africanist, by the way. Instead of asking other African countries to contribute for the Du Bois Center, they're going to go to Harvard. So there's something wrong with their thinking. So they have to go through a cultural revolution. They got to learn. In the meantime, except for me, because I try to teach, try to be a resource to you, right? Try to give you the facts. I don't romanticize it. Like, I'm not going to hide the bad dealings with it, right? I'm going to show it to you, but I'm going to say that what we do need to do is read and study. I am not trying to romanticize you with Africa, nor am I going to romanticize you about Black America, like Black Wall Street. Black Wall Street was a corridor, right? That's all it was. It was a corridor of but it wasn't city government. Matter of fact, it was the city government and the police that participated in the murder and the burning of Black Wall Street, right? Harlem has no power. Harlem was a corridor, right? It was just a corridor where Black people were able to set up some businesses for a while and stuff like. It was just a corridor. It didn't represent power. Power is when you have government, whether it's local government, local government like mayorship or county. Those are the things that we should focus on because they make the laws, right? So when I'm talking to Kyle and some of you, my best solution is for when we have Black cities, like Atlanta one time was a Black city at one time, not now, right? Well, Atlanta, places
what you mean? Atlanta Black, Reggie? Yeah, it's getting blacker.
No, but when the white businesses came in and stuff like that, when Maynard and all those people were in, they were able to make deals if they wanted to for raw materials directly from Africa. Detroit, Philadelphia. Detroit got a deep water port. Philadelphia got a deep water port. Newark, New Jersey got a deep water port where ocean liners can come with goods and do business with the city, right? That way we don't get ripped off as entrepreneurs. Most of our entrepreneurs go there and get ripped off, right? So they don't show love, but then we have people who romanticize it and say, well, you got burnt. That's what you got to do. Go back and try it again. But yeah, you're getting burnt by house money, right? I had a friend of mine. He's trying to import shrimp, deep water shrimp from off the Ghana coast. So he got tons of shrimp, and he's trying to get it to America. And when he gets it to America, they say he ain't got the right paperwork. So he had tons of shrimp. He lost so much, right? Why? Because he just thought America was going to let Ghanaian shrimp in. They're going to say, no, they're infected with parasites and diseases. They didn't let them in. So the best way for him to have done it is partner with the city, and then the city inspectors and all of that stuff, and gives the city their share. So I know I talk a lot, but I want to say that's why I ask everybody that I talk to when they get out of line, what college did you learn this from? Who was your professors? What university did you go to? And what organization are you? Because I want to not talk to you, Negro. I want to talk to the people who run your organization.
And Reggie, that was a beautiful point, especially that last point. What it showed was the a lot of the problem, right? But it also showed the solution as well. So the person that had the shrimping business, that person was in the process of creating infrastructure that showed that we did have an infrastructure in Africa that we could reach out to, but we didn't have local political involvement to get it into the states.
That's correct.
And so it shows that all of those steps are necessary to create the dream of Pan-Africanism or unity or whatever we want, and we just need people to be involved. Involvement is not just being on YouTube and saying I'm Pan-African. It's about getting out there and doing something, being an organization, change policies that favor your own people. Like, those are things that we have the ability and the power to do, but I don't know why we're not, though. You know what I'm saying?
Because we got clowns on. So put me on the big screen real quick. I'm sorry I don't have all my paperwork together, but put me on the big screen.
I got you.
This is my mentor. This is at the Schomburg Center for Research in Black Culture. I was Dr. Clark's escort when he wanted to meet Bishop Tutu at the Schomburg. So somewhere I lost my picture with Dr. Clark and Bishop Tutu, but I did give Dr. Clark a copy. So somewhere in his library, there should be this. Okay. Here. This is citation of special congressional recognition. A lot of times you see people get this when they die. Congressman comes up there, the city council comes up there and gives them some congressional recognition. Well, here is a Harlem, right? The 13th district of New York, which Harlem is part of it. See that? It says in celebration of Kwanzaa, we honor your perseverance and dedication to the village of Harlem and the greater 13th Congressional District. This citation presented to you on the 13th of December, 2022. Presented to who? Reginald Mabry, by the congressman for my dedication and work in Harlem. Right? Here is a Supreme Court Friends of the Brief, right? Motion, Friends of a Court petition for a plaintiff that had lost his case that was going to the Supreme Court. And it says Reginald A. Mabry is a law officer for the rights of Africans who were human trafficked to the United States. And see the section, identity and interest section of the brief, received by July 5th, 2017. This is 2025. Office of the Clerk, Supreme Court, United States. Why am I arguing? Why am I forced to argue with people who are not on record? And then why don't some of you just say, well, some of you do. So I appreciate some of you do. But why did you just say a fam, mulatto? You out of your league. If you can't show what you've done, right? Now, listen, I got a citation from a congressman. For
Kwanzaa.
No, it says in the time period of Kwanzaa. It was a Kwanzaa event, but they used that event. No, see, this is where we got to do it again. This is not about Kwanzaa. It says in celebration of Kwanzaa. That's why they're celebrating it, right?
Oh, your dedication to the village of Harlem.
Perseverance and dedication to the village of Harlem, not to no Kwanzaa event, but my dedication, my perseverance and dedication to the village of Harlem and the greater 13th Congressional District, right? So they take special events. I told you the usual special event that you see a congressional citation is at your death, your funeral. Here, it was basically an event where everybody was coming in because of Kwanzaa, and they took that opportunity to give me a citation.
So, Reggie, let me ask you this: since we had Professor Smalls on last night, and
I'm listening. I'm looking for something else. Keep talking.
He's your elder, all right?
Yeah.
Now, do you owe it, right, to the rest of us, right? The younger people coming up behind y'all, because I feel as though, you don't owe, you owe equal parts, or no, you owe more parts to the generations that's coming after you than you owe to your elders, right? Because they're the ones who are going to inherit the world that you create. Am I on point?
You're on point. I owe you. That's why I participate.
Right. You owe me, right? And I owe the ones younger than me. So, if the elder is spewing information, right, that can mislead the younger generations, whose job is it to correct that information?
It's my job.
It's not Logic. It's your job. I'm glad you said that. I'm glad you said that, because Logic, being a young brother, didn't feel it was disrespectful of him to even push back against some of the information of Professor Smalls, right? So you might feel as though it's disrespectful for you to push back against Professor Smalls. But God damn it, on day 2, you should start correcting some of the stuff that Professor Smalls said. You dig what I'm saying? And some of the stuff that he was saying, I know you disagree with because I didn't have conversations with you. So Professor Smalls came on.
I disagree with that Stardust BS. I disagree.
Okay.
Homo sapiens sapien, Stardust did not create Homo sapiens sapien directly. It did not.
But
right?
that's not a big issue. That's not a big issue.
What?
Stardust created the planets.
Amino acids, metals, right? It created.
But all of that is created in stars.
Stars explode. Homo sapiens sapien is an organism that Stardust did not directly create. It created other organisms way before, millions of years before evolution took place to create the Homo sapiens sapien from the archaic.
Does it indirectly?
That's right. So
indirectly.
To say that Stardust.
I don't think he'd disagree with you on that.
Well, yeah, but
y'all basically saying the same thing, and you can clear some things up, but I don't think that would be contention, right?
Right. No, but Archie having a discussion with him about humanity. I mean, the evolution of humanity. A quick conversation, and I don't think I need to talk about Stardust. I have a degree in computer science. So I went to school of engineering. I learned college biology, college chemistry, college physics, college mathematics, right? I'm not going to, I just think that is nice, but I think that also that leads into the pseudos saying that. And
but I know you participate in history. You participate in studying history. So we can get off the biology, right? And just get down to
what the hell is Stardust? Explain Stardust to me. So my whole point of it is that's not kind of a conversation I would have with him because he's teaching and that's the way that he feels that he can teach to a particular audience. Right. So I'm not going to correct him on that.
I don't want you to. I didn't really
I'm not going to correct him.
I don't think nobody had a problem with that because we actually heard Carl Sagan and them say that back in the 70s.
Yeah.
Right.
I would want that clarified, but what I would say.
Yeah, but I don't think he messed up that bad because we heard physicists in them try to make the point to try to tie us in to the universe, right? To say that we're all part of this of the universe, right? We are living, breathing aspects of the universe. I think he was trying to tie that into African cosmology some type of way. Let's stay focused. All right.
Yeah. So I would say now there's two ways to do it. Professor Small is a great teacher, right? He is in fact a great teacher, a great spokesperson for our people. Has been there in. Listen, he knew Assata Shakur, he knew BLA, he knew the Black Panther Party, right? He held the protest to stop the Adam Clayton Powell office building to be built because it destroyed so many black businesses on that block. He knew this man directly. 1 second, like this I can get. He knew this man directly. That a lot of
you trying to throw me off?
No. What I'm trying to say is that he knew this man. He knew this man. 5% of Alon Justice Square. This is the actual sign that's on 126th Street, right? That's the actual sign that's on the street sign. I have it because I did work with them. What I'm just trying to say is that sometimes there's a time and a place.
Okay, I agree.
I owe it to you to articulate.
But you don't have to correct me on his spirituality or his attempt at spirituality.
No, that's
I'm
his
not.
belief.
Yeah, that's his belief. That's his attempt at spirituality
And
and
his attempt at
connecting
teaching an audience who he knows probably has not studied it. And
yeah, so I don't know why you would take contention with that as much, knowing that he's a African priest and an imam and stuff like that. I have no problem. Right. Now, but it was something that he did say, right? He said that I know that you would probably have contention with, right?
What?
He said that he was in Abo, that him and his people were here before the Native Americans and was here pre-Columbus.
Oh, I have a problem with that. And so one time we had a conversation recently, and he said, well, you know, you're from Virginia and you have those people in your line. And I said, no, sir, I researched my line. I don't have any large Native American groups in my line. That's his family line. I respect his family line, but he can't speak for my family line.
No.
So I said, no, sir.
He wasn't. Oh my God, he's not. He's talking about as a whole. He's saying, right? The reason why he can say it because he know personally his family history. But he's right. But hold on. But he's saying that his people, black people, came from West Africa and populated the Americas before the so-called Native Americans. This is what he's saying. Now at this point, you feel me?
I didn't hear that. I would not agree with that.
Right, but you've heard him say it before.
No, actually, not in a way in which it was kind of direct, right? He speaks to many different audiences, and he speaks as an educator. But again, if you're talking for your family, then you can show evidence of your family, but you can't talk about all of our people without a source. So to say those people in those hauled out canoes, right, made it from West Africa during the time of Mansa Musa's heir.
No, he went before that. He said his people. Why are you making this hard? He said that his people predates the Native American. So he's not talking about nobody in the 13th, 14th century AD coming from West Africa. He's talking tens of thousands of years ago. He's saying that his people, black people from West Africa, came to the Americas and settled, and that's his people. That's what he said.
Okay, it's simple. It's just simple. I don't, me personally, I don't agree with that. Second, as a student or someone who's on a show, ask him for a source. That's all.
No, it wasn't that's what I'm saying. Logic was interviewing him. Yeah. Logic didn't want contention with him because that's an elder, right? We have a better relationship with you. That is your elder. He actually is your teacher. So we're saying if you don't agree with that, then you give us the information to wade through that. How do we get past an elder teaching us that? How do you get us past? How do you get us past that? How do you put us on the correct? You dig what I'm saying?
I like this question.
So you asked me if I agree. I said, now I'm on spot. No, I don't agree. And that just happens to be a teacher of mine, an elder of mine. No, I do not agree.
So right? How do you get us past that?
Why don't you agree? Well, let's explore the topic. Let's explore the resources. What the resources say that Oceania people those people from the Australia area across the Pacific, the evidence shows that they, being ocean-faring people, could have most likely made it to the Americas, right? And to the not necessarily to North America, but the tides would take you into South America. Then you have Lucia. Lucia is actually a fossil find, which they extracted DNA from, and it seems to link to the Australians, groups of people. So now the question is, are they our people? No, they're Afro-Asiatic people, meaning people who left Africa, found themselves in Asia, right? And then found themselves in the islands of what we call Oceania, right? Papua New Guinea, Australia, and all those groups of people. So are they our people? Well, my issue is that they don't have our interests. They came from a whole nother culture. But all people are our people because of human DNA. But now, is it because of dark skin? I don't really do the dark skin thing. I don't do that, right? Skin don't mean nothing. It don't mean anything except for something that's going to help humans protect us. Except for when we use it politically and culturally, right? But they weren't using, there's no evidence to say that they were using their skin color culturally or politically. We don't have any of that evidence. And so I don't think that those people had a black reality. A black reality is when in the culture you venerate either skin color or some attribute of your identity. There's no evidence of that, so there's nothing that says to me that they venerated themselves as black people. That's how I would start. That's how I would communicate with you, right? Without disagreeing. Listen, we have Ivan Van Sertima in our classes, right? I'm like, yeah, we're in college now. This is not high school. So you're saying a myth, Dr. Van Sertima? What are you saying? You're saying a myth that this happened? And where did they populate? Where did Mansa Musa's heir land to? Did they land to the mainland or did they land to the islands? And in that short time period before slavery, how did they populate the world? So, but Dr. Van Sertima, of course, he's very good as a professor. He's giving you the mythology, the thinking, what's in the history books, and then he's doing commentary on it. But first, he's giving you some backdrop. Now, some other people take it in a whole nother direction, right? Mm-hmm. But Dr. Van Sertima, it was a book. He made some good points, but it doesn't explain. So we've always had problems, and then the Europeans jumped on us with stuff like that, and then we had to defend ourselves about that. And so it becomes a wider conversation. And then it became a big conversation with Dr. Leonard Jeffries as he was trying to do in universities works on African inclusion in college curriculum. Then that's when the fight came with Herskovitz and a whole group of Europeans attacking Afrocentricity and stuff like that. That's when the fights came, right? They became intellectual fights. And that's when Henry Louis Gates and Cornel West gets involved. Henry Louis Gates takes out an op-ed in the New York Times called Black Demagogues, where they're shooting down everybody that's so-called Afrocentric. But my issue with Professor Small is that 85% of his information, he got it right. 15% is just he has a right. He's a professor. He has a right to his own beliefs, right? And my only problem is
when you teach those so-called beliefs as historical truths, right? To younger generations. See, I can't let you skirt around that, right? His belief was that we were stardust and that, right? He was trying to make a spiritual, you know what I mean, cosmic connection to humanity, and that's different. But when you're teaching as historical fact, right, about human migrations and the peopling of continents and their connection to current people that's living now you're teaching history. And now you could be misguiding people about who they are. Now, that's the first thing. That's the Abbo problem that he presented, right? To the younger people like us. Then he presented African history that is contentious, right?
What do you say on that?
That the West Africans that we descend from come from Egypt. That they left West Africa, went to Egypt, built Egypt, and then came back to West Africa. These are things that he stated to Logic. Now, Logic is a young brother. He's not going to fight against the elder, right?
Yeah.
It's up to you to clear that type of stuff up.
Yeah, well, but it's true. But I get, listen.
Now I don't want to put all of the pressure on you.
No, I get laughed at.
That's your big
so
homie.
when I articulate things like the
hold on. Let me say this, Reggie. What I don't want this channel or Logic or Trimedia to be demonized for trying to give the correct history, right? I don't want them to be demonized, right? So if I have to take it on, I have no problem. But know that that's not coming from Trimedia. It's coming from the Carnivorous Podcast, because I want them to continue to have these interviews and dialogue. But if y'all not going to clean this stuff up, I'm going to have to step in.
You know what, too, Brother Reggie? I'm not saying it's right, but I'm saying I'm listening to both of y'all. I'm listening to y'all's back and forth right here. And my first initial impression is, if they laughing at you for saying that, we take you more serious than they do. Ironically.
Well, I appreciate there's some channels that do, but I would say, okay, so let's open up the topic. And that's when I have these big conversations with my good brother, Ark, who I respect even when I disagree. Mm-hmm. I would say, let's start with the Green Sahara, right? The Green Sahara has evidence of pottery. It has evidence of a population that did rock paintings. Then there was climate changes, and we see people moving around from the Great Lakes that were in the North Africa going to river systems. So they went west, they went central, they went Nile Valley. Then there are some reasons for migration, which is the pot industry, and then the climate industry, and then the migration of domesticated animals like cattle. So we see cattle deciding the need for water, exploring different places, right? So then I can see peoples who in their early time periods had dropped down into West Central and East Africa, yeah, and then I could see that these people never forgot some of those places that they went to. So what's really important is this area, Libya, Chad, and Niger, right? Those groups of people, they find themselves going to the Nile Valley. But then we do have evidence of the Nubians going to those areas, and we have evidence of the Egyptians, right? We have Mentuhotep finding himself in Chad. Then we have the Yellow Nile, the Yellow Nile, and then what we do find is elements that are of things that are similar in both places. For example, the reed boats. The reed boats are in both places, right? Similar types. So it seemed like they were communicated. Did the ancient Egyptians directly make it there. Well, there was wars and there was instability at some places. And then there were festivals in Egypt where they invited other groups of people to come in for their big festivals. And then there was wars. So those reasons give kind of a rationale for some migrations. And then you have things like plants, you have like watermelon seeds, and then you have bacterial, human bacterial kind of infestations that seem to have followed humans from different places and wind up in places. And then you have, of course, like I said, plant species that evolved in one place and then they find themselves in other because of trade. And then it's just up for investigation. So without first teasing out the rationale and then trying to find some evidence, and what I'm saying is trying to find some evidence because the evidence is scarce, right? But then you have history. So you have the Garamanti people, and then you have the later North African, the Garamanti people, the Amazigh people, which we call Berbers, and then we have the Greeks and the Romans and stuff like that. But what we do know is that people are taking elements from the places where they conquered, invaded, etc. Right? So is it direct? Is it to say that the people? I would question, is it the people or is it some type of other transmission of technology or culture? Right? I would ask that question. And then I would look at people like the Dogon people who seem to have been kind of like a East African people that find themselves in West Africa. Or the Dogon people Egyptians? No. But do they carry some similarities? Some similarities. So is it the culture that's moving or is it direct people that's moving? Those are the things that you would question and you would ask it with evidence. What evidence do you have? What evidence do you have? And then once you find out what evidence, what book, what journal, right? Then that stops, that does a lot of stopping. Because once you can't show evidence, the conversation kind of ends. You understand? What journal are you talking about? What says that you were saying it? Right? Something that you've read has allowed you to say what you're saying. So sometimes Professor Small and others, what they would do is collapse a whole lot of history into something for a short interview to make a point. And it might seem like it's crazy, but you didn't ask him to cite his sources. You asked him for an interview. So some of this stuff comes on the fly. And so what do you do when, if that's not your, what you're supposed to do is basically say, well, here are the books or here are the things that I have examined. So it's not necessarily his harm. It's not necessarily his harm. It's the harm of people who take these sound bites and blow it up for views. It's their harm that they're doing it, right? When they start doing pseudo judo on the little things that he says. Now, the funny thing is, this is what I said, and he made my point. He was really quick to say I mischaracterized him. He really, and he made my point because my point was, you know me, you know I care about, I've worked with you and I care about you. You know I won't say anything else after you say that to me. You know I won't continue. When I say, but the fact of the matter is that you said to me I mischaracterized you, then my question is, why don't you say that to the other people who mischaracterize you? But you said it to me. So he knows that he's family. And he just made my point because I was like, that's what, if I mischaracterized you, then those other people who mischaracterize you, why don't you stop them where they are immediately? Why are you so kind? He knows that he trained me as a soldier, right? So he knows that there is a certain command, but he made my point because he was kind of real quick and tight with me. Do y'all agree? You mischaracterized me. That was like a big thing, right? And I was like, fine. All I want you to do is those other people that mischaracterize you, do the same thing and explain.
I actually didn't. I mean, I don't know the dynamic, so I didn't think it was that big of a deal. I thought it was maybe him, maybe even giving credence to the approach that all approaches aren't the same. He's not going to treat everybody the same, and in this particular scenario, this is how he wanted to do it. So that's more so how
Chef. When I got on the show, before I got on the Chef said, Brother Smalls, check Reggie. Didn't you say that, Chef?
Well, that Chef, man, you know Chef a troublemaker. Come on now. Come on now. You'd have known Chef longer than me.
Yeah. So, but he made it a point to say, Brother Smalls, check me. And so when you do that, the enemies of us will make it bigger. Yeah, Brother Smalls, check Reggie. Reggie, wrong. Right? And I'm just saying, nah, you're just being too nice to people. You're being too nice to Umar. You're being too nice to Tariq Nasheed. You're being too nice to them, right? And he said, well, that's his teaching style, and he's trying to, he's trying to win them over in time. Well, yeah.
I tell you what. I guess everybody's starting to get off the platform now. I'm about ready. I'm gonna say my last.
Yeah, because Reggie's talking. That's why I bore people to death. But thanks, sir. Logic. I ain't
gonna lie. I think I'm like you're bringing a lot of the stuff to the conversation for real. I always tell you I appreciate you, Reg. But for me, okay, like one thing I would say I learned over these last 2 days, I learned how separate Black nationalism is actually from Pan-Africanism, but it seems as though people package them together through like a misunderstanding, or maybe they and what we see a lot on people on the internet is they actually assume that they're doing Black nationalism through Pan-Africanism, right? And I think the real truth is that doing Pan-Africanism too much can make your Black nationalism ineffective, right? Because you can be so focused on things abroad, right, that you neglect things at home, and that would kind of be you putting your Pan-Africanism before your Black nationalism. So I feel like if I had another loving critique to say after everything I've learned, it would absolutely be for moving forward to make there a clear dividing line between Black nationalism and Pan-Africanism. Because the way I've heard it described the last 2 days, I can't think of anybody who, to some degree, wouldn't agree with Black nationalism or isn't already practicing it right now, right? But it's the Pan-Africanism in it that makes it a little like I'm not too sure what it is. I'm not too sure what the goal of it is or anything like that, right? But when it comes to like the group economics of Black nationalism, like who wouldn't really be behind that, right? And if the more people you can get involved with that, of course, the faster you can grow it. But the fact that you have to package it with this Pan-Africanism, and then you're going to have so much disagreement as far as information wise. Well, now you're hampering our ability to move through the Black nationalism because I have to unwind all these inconsistencies in Pan-Africanism. But that's what I've learned. That's definitely that's a big thing I learned for sure.
I think that's great. I think that you're right, and I just think you need to narrow the conversation, and really just when these people say that they're Pan-Africanism, where'd you learn it from? Who's your mentors? What books do you read, right? And how involved are you in it, right? Mm-hmm. So and question them. Don't argue with them, just question them, and then that will fix it. That will fix it. When you can't find what work have you done? Have you read anything? That will fix it. Then those imposters will disguise it with their charisma, or you're attacking their manhood. No, I just want to know what organization. I want to know who your teacher is so I can talk to them. Are they still alive? Right? Yeah. Who do you interact with your Pan-Africanism? not a YouTube show.
Right.
Ask for more information. So with that said, I'm finished talking.
No, I appreciate you, brother Reggie, man. Come around more often. You're definitely helpful to these conversations and kind of like getting to some of, and to be honest, like your candidness about today's conversation, remarkable. Definitely refreshing.
And we didn't get a chance to post your Cash App, Reggie, so we sent you something from TMI. Just
Oh yeah, but I appreciate y'all. But the people should help y'all out by contributing to you.
What is that? I'm sorry, what did you say, Chef? I'm sorry, Reggie, go ahead. I thought I was on mute. Go ahead.
No, I said the people should help you out by either contributing to you for bringing on the show, so you can give it to us, or contribute to me directly. And then hopefully I'll be on with Cheese Out if you want me on the show. What we want to talk about, right?
Right.
Because we have a lot more to talk about than just Pan-Africanism or Black nationalism. There's so many other things that we could talk about. Some things about history, because I'm not a Kemetic. I'm not a Kemetic, right? And so there's research, education. There's a lot of other things that we could talk about.
Okay, cool. No, it's cool. I think one of the things with TMI, and like Chef said, and that was a perfect defense, we're partnered up with Carnivorous Podcast, but we're kind of like trying to change the narrative of it. When I watch a lot of these conversations, part of the reason why I don't want to be Logic is in denial. Like, he doesn't think he's a member of the conscious community. But Logic likes to have these conversations, wants to have these conversations all the time, right? And I don't mind it, so I support it because I'm his brother and his business partner. But in the same token, what I told him is, and he's asked me before why I'm not necessarily fond of the quote unquote conscious community on YouTube. It's because it's just a lot of, to me, it's like you got to pick through. You don't know if these people went to school. You don't know if they're, if they just telling you something that they just read that they don't really fully comprehend, or they read the first chapter and didn't read the whole book. So like when they have these conversations, a lot of it dumbs down. But then when there are people that are putting out PowerPoints, that are people that are putting out information, they don't get paid for it. Like it's like who the hell got time to keep doing all this stuff for free? So that's where I kind of want to change the narrative, at least for our end. And Chef is right. We don't want to get into arguments. We want to be the change that we want to see. You know what I mean? All right, there's a change, and I support the conscious community aspect of TMI because Logic is firmly entrenched in the conscious community. My brother Chef, he loves having these conversations, and I like Chef's perspective. I think that's why we partnered up with him, because I like his perspective, because it's fresh. And like you said, he was one of the channels that will force you to just show a source. You've been talking for 45 minutes, just show one thing. And if you can't show one thing, then that kind of defeats it in and of itself.
He's the only one with a born African name. He got he's a real legitimaniac, right? His father
listen.
What is that book you keep showing? What is that?
This is Jonathan Clark. I wanted to read a excerpt out of here.
Go ahead, bro.
To give so y'all could understand his understanding of Pan-Africanism, since he keep coming up in the conversation. But there you go. You know what I'm saying? So
wow.
if you just go, you'll say, wow.
Yeah, it's just funny, because y'all do that all the time. Y'all will be having conversations that one person show a book and the other person show the same exact book and look at the same shape, the same state of use. It's wild.
It's over. It's over. So yeah. So he says, right, Reggie, if you go to the introduction, on the last page of the introduction, right? He says, second paragraph. He says,
What page?
That is
Dr. Clark's book got pages.
14.
Yes, 14.
Roman numeral 14 in the introduction.
Okay.
If you know your Roman numerals, I think you do.
Yes.
All right. Second paragraph. He says, I know no case in the history where the Europeans shared power with Africans. When Africans look toward the future, they must envision an Africa that is as African ruled as France is French ruled, and England is English ruled. No one needs to apologize ever for wanting to be the master of his own house. The total liberation of Africa must involve a commitment from all the Africans on the face of the earth. Do y'all get that? That's his understanding of Pan-Africanism. He believed that Pan-Africanism was the thing that could liberate Africa, but it needed the participation of all Africans on the face of the earth. Now that's including us, the people in the Caribbean, the black people of Europe, right? So they're called, just like back in the early 19th century with Marcus Garvey, right? He had the same charge, John Henry Clark. In this book, right, he had the same charge as Garvey. Now let me continue. He says, a Pan-African skills bank needs to be established so that the Africans in Africa have access to the training and the technical talent developed by Africans living abroad, right? He says most Africans living abroad who are serious about Africa have a holistic loyalty towards all Africans across the borderlines of African states that in most cases were drawn to facilitate the Europeans. So he's saying, right, he's saying that the skills that we get in the Western world, right, we get those skills, and we're trained to employ them for Europeans and not for ourselves. He's saying now, when we get these skills that we get in the West, a Pan-African need to employ those skills, right, for the broader African community. Am I on point, Reggie? Am I paraphrasing him correctly?
You're on point, but he's talking actually to the Africans because we're the Africans in the West, right?
Abroad. He's talking about the skills that we develop abroad and living in the West, that we need to employ these skills for the broader African community.
But they have an obligation. But they have an obligation. And the problem is that what sat in Dr. Clark as he was getting his own age is that the Africans in Africa is not being loyal to that. They're what they want to do is they want to work with the West, and that has been a problem.
He's about to address that. He's about to address that. Let me continue.
Yeah.
All right. He says, part of what I often refer to as the evil genius of Europeans is their ability to create states so they could fall apart. This is the invisible and sometimes visible hand of neocolonialism. All right. He says the late Dr. Kwame Nkrumah explains neocolonialism in the following manner. Quote, the essence of neocolonialism is that the state which is subject to it is in theory independent and has all the outward trappings of international sovereignty. In reality, its economic system and thus its political policy is directed from outside, right? So he believed that even the independence explosion that swept Africa in the 50s and the 60s, he believed that was neocolonialism. He believed that it was the hand of European nations' economics that actually shaped and made the downfall of those budgeting new nations, right? He didn't believe that they were independent in the way that they needed to be independent, right? So
you could do with gas, but watch this. Sheffield, show the title of the book to the people, and I'll show the title of the book to the people. This is what Dr. Clark was talking about. He wasn't talking about Pan-Africanism. He was talking about what needs to take place for Pan-Africanism or anything to be successful is an African world revolution. And so Pan-Africanists, these pop-up Pan-Africanists so instead of pop up, Pan-Africanists, they don't quote anything from Dr. Clarke's book. They quote it out of what they want to say. So Sheffrin is cooking with gas, and that helps all of us to understand that it's just an idea. Other things have to take place. There are problems, right? Okay, Chef, finish.
Okay, but he had a solution, so let's continue. He says, the significance of Africa and the Caribbean islands has not been properly assessed. The African presence in what has been mistakenly referred to as the New World began in the Caribbean islands. Mm-hmm. And in this area, and in parts of South America, especially Brazil, the Africans planned and successfully brought into being some of the greatest slave revolts in history. There is a literature on the subject and of African people in general in the Caribbean that is still shamefully neglected. He says C.L.R. James' book, Black Jacobins, and 2 books by the late Prime Minister of Trinidad, Eric Williams, Capitalism and Slavery, and the Caribbean from Columbus to Castro are examples. I think that Dr. Clarke wrote from the Caribbean from Columbus to Castro. I think that's another Dr. Clarke book. I got that over there. Okay. He says Pan-Africanism. This is where it gets good. He says Pan-Africanism, which has sometimes been referred to as an idealistic African child living away from home, was developed in the Caribbean islands, mainly by 3 Trinidadians, H. Sylvester Williams, C.L.R. James, and George Padmore.
That's correct.
Right? Whose book, Pan-Africanism or Communism, is as relevant now as it was when he wrote it more than 2 decades ago. All right? He says that Jamaican Marcus Garvey and his ideas for African redemption did not get the serious attention that was due to him in his lifetime and is not being given the attention now when the message of his program is needed throughout the African world, right? He says, until Africans throughout the world begin to tell their own story, the story will not be properly told. So he believed that the Pan-Africanism, John Henry Clarke, believed that the Pan-Africanism that we need is the Pan-Africanism of Marcus Garvey back in the early 19th century. So when you hear all of these other people,
and Padmore and Sylvester Williams, he gave credit all those, not just Garvey, because Garvey, not just to Garvey, but to a whole group of thinkers. And guess what? A lot of them were from the Caribbean. And then
he was saying that Pan-Africanism was the brainchild mainly of the Trinidadians. But he said that, but he said, and he said that they laid it out. You dig what I'm saying? Yes. But he's saying that that you know, the political activism of Pan-Africanism that was put forth by Garvey is what we need in practice nowadays. That's what he was saying. You dig what I'm saying? That's what I got.
Or at least being relevant to study, because we would have to change it. And so we would have to change it to fit our time periods.
He says that the Jamaican Marcus Garvey and his ideas for African redemption did not get the serious attention that it was due in his lifetime, and is not given the attention now when the message of his program is needed throughout the African world. Right? He's saying that this is what we need. So for him, now I know that you have the Prince of Pan-Africanism. Who's that? What's his name? Dr. Umar Johnson, right? He's the Prince of Pan-African. You know what I mean? So that's who most people that watch our channel, who y'all will come across. Y'all will come across what we say his name? Umar Johnson, but for y'all would come across some teachings of Marcus Garvey, right? But the older brothers are saying that Marcus Garvey is basically the way to Pan-Africanism. So this is for you, Logic. You might have to do that's what, remember I said we was gonna do a show, and me and you was supposed to hook up earlier this week to actually go over, and these were the people that I was going, get you to brush up on, because that would have been the perfect way for you to be able to start deciphering probably what James Smalls was talking about. You dig what I'm saying? These people like Garvey and
Sylvester Williams and
Padmore and them. You dig what I'm saying? So, well, that's my spiel. Great show though. Great show.
Well, I'm gonna say good night. Thank you all so much. But at least we're getting to at least now I think we got to the bottom of it. I think Chef closed it out. He closed out the concept. If you're not talking about those groups of people, and then later the Pan-African conferences, and in the same book that Chef has, tells you his disappointment ultimately with the Pan-African conferences. He will. So if anything, you'll go over that. But Professor Small is a general, right? His thing is to kind of like give you your marching orders and telling you to march, right? If the presidents were the people that Sheffrin talked about. So he's kind of so his thing is he's not necessarily, don't look to him as being an expert, but he is going to motivate the troops to march. Because when I served under him, we marched, right? And you could be marching over a cliff. I'll tell you that, right? You could be broke, in jail, suffering, right? He used to always say to us, Brother Reggie, the price of freedom is, Malcolm said, the price of freedom is death. And I said, what? Yeah, the price of freedom is death. So that's what he used to do to us, right? And then I'm in my 60s, and I said, well, God dang it, there's a whole lot of people that kept on living, right? There's a lot of good young soldiers that died, right?
Right.
So,
right.
But so Sheffrin, you did a magnificent job of now giving these fake Pan-Africanists, right, a level in which they have to go over as an obstacle, because Dr. Clark laid it out. It ain't gonna work unless some other things work. We need a cultural revolution. So with that said, good night.
I can see that. Good night, Brother Reggie. Hey, and you know what's funny about that, right? That comment says, to me, the first thing came to my mind was Pan-African James, right? If Pan-African James, God forbid, right, were to be as militant as he claims, I would hate for something to happen to him. But based on everything that he says, I mean, you couldn't even really pinpoint what it's for, right? You would say at the end of it, he was looking to liberate his people, but from what, right? Like you don't even have a clear sense of what his goals are, and yet he's already adamant about giving his life away for it. And to me, that's super troubling, right? It's kind of like it's admirable to see somebody with that much enthusiasm for what they're believing in and what their cause is. But that's one thing, but it's another thing to not even be able to follow you when you're telling me what that cause is, right? Like that's like, and like that's just mind blowing to me. And then for him to demonize me for asking for clarity is, just as mind blowing. But what you gonna do, man? The internet's a crazy place, and some people, they get scooped up in it and can't get out, and that's unfortunate. And for real, that is a thought process that really hit hard for me. Like I people heard me when I said what my story was. I would say that there were definitely times where I gravitated towards a more militant approach. And then the more and more I learned and listened, I was like, it doesn't make sense in that particular way. And then because you start asking yourselves, well, what else could I do besides just give my life, right? What can I intellectually add to the movement, right?
Right.
What are these things that I can possibly bring to the table besides just my blood? You know what I'm saying?
Right.
And then you start asking these questions, and then you start asking them to people like Pan-African James, and you realize they're not really clear, right? They're just anxious to throw away their life. That's baffling to me, unfortunately. But, you know, of course he would say he anxious to throw it away while he on YouTube 24/7. A little bit of contradiction again, but you know, we ain't gonna talk about that, man. But I appreciate y'all coming out, man. It definitely was a fun show. We got it in today. This was good. This was a good one, Shaw.
It was a good one. It was a good one. Yeah, man. Like I said, man, I want y'all to keep doing these interviews, man. I want y'all next. I think y'all got Sonetta coming up.
Sonetta is supposed to be coming up. We don't have an official date on it yet, but we do have confirmation from Sonetta that is on. You know what I'm saying? I know he's supposed to be down in Texas doing another interview. So when he get back, we're gonna get that on schedule and get some of the house's conscience. Now, my big project. Now that's kind of sort of Brass's project a little bit, right?
Okay.
My next big project is gonna be getting Dr. Mayat and Cornel West. I don't know how long it's gonna take me, but I got to hear Cornel West's impression of Pan-Africanism and all of that stuff. Like I remember I was saying something about there was a little bit of not necessarily contention, but it seems that they've had public disagreements or private disagreements before, and I would love for him to articulate exactly how he feels about it. He, today he's touted as an extreme left winger, right? So is Bernie Sanders, who happens to be at this point one of my favorite politicians. Not for everything that he says.
Bernie kicking ass.
Bernie is going crazy right now. That
old nigga is kicking ass.
He was saying some fire stuff, bro. I mean, it was moving, right? Like, even though I don't agree with everything he says, I get the sense that like Bernie's heart in the right place, and I don't, I feel like that's what I'm looking for, right? It's the complete opposite of what you get from Trump, but it's also almost still in the same vein of not a typical politician. So I like Bernie.
Because what he's saying, right? He's saying that in the richest country in the world, right? Everybody should have health care. In the richest country in the world, everybody should be earning a living wage. Like these things, what's the benefit of being in the richest country in the world if countries that don't make a fraction of our GDP can provide these things for their people? You're telling me that the people that provide the economic basis for the richest country in the world, meaning the country makes money off of our backs, you're saying that country shouldn't provide those people with a living wage and with free health care?
It's a great point.
Then what's the point of the government in the first place? Is it just to get certain people rich and say, fuck the rest of them? Like, this shit be so, like, you think what I'm saying? Like you said, the country is not a business. It should not, the welfare of the people of a country should not be ran as a business. That shit, like, you're getting business people who are thinking about the bottom line and cutting expenditure. You don't do that with human beings. You do that with a business. But with human beings, you don't. Man, Bernie is out there, man. He
making a lot of sense, bro. I ain't gonna lie. He made, and he's in the social climate we in right now. He's making a lot of sense, right?
Yeah.
4 years ago, when Obama in office, just coming out of office, maybe not so much. But now, when you kind of got this extremism in there right now, another form of extremism don't sound too bad, right? So
yeah,
Bernie is definitely kicking ass. I know Brass hate when I say that, but I just got to keep it real. Like, I don't agree with everything he say, but right now, a lot of that stuff is.
I don't know how. I do not know how an American can disagree with what he's saying right now. If you say right that all Americans shouldn't have health care. I don't know what's wrong with you.
Disagree. Yeah, and then the way he break it down, right? The fact that we're the richest country in the world, and yet we pretend as if we can't afford health care for all.
Canada, right down and provide
without half of the exports and all that kind of stuff. Right.
And you're telling me that America can, and he say the same people that vote against all Americans having free health care, these Congress people that vote against, they get it by being So we all for them free health care, but they will vote against giving you free health care.
Right.
Bernie Sanders said, how crazy is that?
Mm-hmm.
How crazy is that?
Call it out. Like that's what you gotta love, that. Call it out. Go right up there on the microphone in front of it. Call it out. Like, nah, this is hypocrisy, and it's atrocious.
Hypocrisy, and these people will vote against giving the people that give them free health care. They will vote against them having free health care. That is fucking crazy, yo.
Insane. Absolutely.
That is crazy. Right? Now, any business person who'll sit there and say, no, I don't think that all Americans should have free health care. Why?
Right.
You don't believe that people should be healthy, whether they have money or not? That they shouldn't be able to see a physician and get, preventative medicine? You don't believe? What type of, that's what I keep saying. The vote for Trump and Trumpism and stuff is meanness. Like, you have to be mean to a certain degree to say, I want Trump to be, because you're voting against the interests of people who can't really do for themselves how you can do for yourself. You dig what I'm saying? Like, just because that person down the street can't do for their children the way that I can do for my children, I still want the welfare, right, of their children to be provided for. That's just why you see what I'm saying? Like, that's just crazy. I wouldn't vote just to say, okay, well, because my child, I can afford to put my child in private school. Fuck public school.
Right.
Why would I say there's people in my family who children have to go to public school? You feel me?
Right.
So it's all it is sick, right? It is.
I get that, and I get where you're coming from. So, like, on this particular instance, right, to understand that you might just using your analogy, right, you might have a child in public school, and you might be voting for better private schools, but you would not necessarily vote to dismantle public schools, right? And I think that was like the surprise that they got when they got there. I don't think nobody was like, "Oh shit, he gonna tear down what?" Like, you know what I'm saying? But Project 25 is so extreme, and then he's tried to dismiss himself from it. It's kind of crazy that they really following that playbook, like, word for word kind of shit. But I didn't expect him to do it. I expected it to be too extreme. And then there's so many people that you need to be in position, not necessarily in position, but in like lockstep with you to pull that off. It just, it seems so crazy and so radical, right? It's not crazy that they're attempting it. It's kind of crazy that some of it's kind of getting through. But like that's I don't think nobody expected that. I don't think nobody expected the opposite, right? You might see a tilt in one direction or another, but you don't think that they just gonna chop out. They're gonna chop off the other half. Like, I don't think that was what people were expecting. So that's why that don't bother me as much. I don't think that voted for their interest, and that interest might not have been mine, but I don't think they was voting to like just dismember the other interests. I don't think that's what they was talking.
Yeah, and you don't supposed to let a person that only have 4 years do the type of damage that he's doing. Like, this is crazy. So, and then we'll know whether the country fully agree. So Democrats is really on the line right now, right? We about to see what they really made of, because what he's doing, right, to the Department of Education, right? If they don't come back in 2028, right? And it's not their sole focus to put the Department of Education back in place the way it was before Trump, then we know that they kind of with the shit also. You feel me?
Yeah, I feel you on that.
Yeah, it's on them.
They got to find the leader, bro. I don't know if Bernie Sanders is the right guy. I love what he's saying, but I don't think it's Hakeem Jeffries, unfortunately. I don't think he's not like, he's dry. You know what I'm saying? He's not a compelling speaker. That's just something, I don't know, maybe that's just not something that he brings strongly to the table, in my personal opinion, right? He might have some really good views, but his delivery isn't that strong, passionate. Like Bernie is, he's very plain, Midwest, but there's some fire there in what he's saying in his own little way, right? Hakeem is like, he just, you could tell he's smart, but he don't seem, compelling in what
he's not passionate. I don't feel the passion.
I don't feel the passion. I really don't.
I don't feel the passion.
I'm sure it's there. I'm sure it's there. That's Leonard Jeffries.
I don't know. I don't know.
Yeah, maybe. But yeah, they got to find them there. They got to find a voice and a leader right now, right? Like literally, it should be easy for the right person, right? Like once they find the right person, it should be easy. I guess that's the hard part, which is always the hard part, who's the right person. But you won't have to deal with the popularity of Trump, and Trump's gonna make so many mistakes and make so many enemies. You should be able to figure that out in 4 years. You definitely.
Listen, what it is doing though is making people have to focus, right, on their congressional seats, right? Yeah. Now the congressional seats is because we saying that the people that pose a fight against that, right, is the other body of government, which is the legislature, right? So we're now starting to focus on that, and then right, that's just your national Congress people. Now it's starting to trickle down into our state congressional leaders, right? In our houses of state. So now we're starting to look at those people, right? And then we're starting to see that the delegates got to come from our counties and our cities. So now everybody is getting the microscope put on them, right? So now we're going to have to start focusing on local politics, right? And make sure that should trickle up to our Congress people and on the federal level. So a lot of stuff, man, they even going after judges and shit now, right? What's his name? Elon Musk and them is going after judges in Wisconsin, right? So now we're starting to focus on our judges in these different districts and stuff. So I think they are wakening America back up to politics, right? I think that's a good thing.
Yeah,
we're becoming more woke. You dig what I'm saying?
It has definitely showed you that you can't just skip on this.
Yeah,
like you can't neglect this and let it get too far out of hand. Because once it does, you got too much work to do, and then there's too much time in between it. So you're gonna give somebody like Trump free reign for 2 years, put his own cabinet together, his own, make all the playing field in his favor, and just go crazy. And going crazy looks ridiculous, right?
Yeah.
Like, especially as a Black American, especially as just average Black American, and it really should look crazy to the average working American. For real. Like it should look crazy to you. So, I was just scrolling through YouTube and I see a senator. They had a senator on the floor crying because I guess somebody close to him lost their job after he done voted against his own interest. But yeah, that's they figuring it out. Like even white people, they figuring it out. Like we can't be you know what I'm saying? Forget all that anti-government junk. I got to get people in here that could get this thing together. Like you're absolutely right. Like they making so much noise and it's working so bad against them that I think that when it's time for new stuff to happen,
those seats gonna flip.
Yeah,
them seats gonna flip.
The opposite. Like right now, you got the right wing extreme, and I think that you open the door for the super left wing extreme to make, because people gotta want to see what's different now. Like ain't nobody like, so yeah. It's kind of exciting. Ironically, it's kind of exciting, right? To follow it because it's got to go that way. Like ain't like the approval levels is they boycott and picketing and all that all across the United States, right? Like that's, and the fact that they were super excited about 3-4 months ago that's crazy, right? So that is the American people speaking. That is the system kind of like working itself out. And when it's time for the re-elections, you will see that total flip.
And for me, it's crazy because I don't really want to say it, but he's gonna fuck over the Republican Party.
Yeah,
he's gonna be gone, right?
Yeah,
it's gonna be hard for Republicans in the next 10 years if they continue. He's going to fuck up their credibility completely. So I really don't want to say it because it's like, keep going, motherfucker. You feel me? Like,
far right is
and y'all don't say nothing, right? Y'all don't say nothing. Y'all don't show that y'all gonna have a problem.
Yeah, far right is not looking appealing at all. So that's a good thing. That's exactly what we want, right? Far right is appealing. I mean, it's not appealing right now. So, but yeah, man. I mean, shit, we gotta we're gonna have to do some more stuff, man. True story, and I guess he had a busy weekend. He texted me and said we was gonna reschedule that. So that's coming up in the wings too. I'm guessing that'll be next weekend or something like that. But yeah, we're gonna have to make some more shows. I'm gonna get a flyer together, promote that. He gonna let him finish telling that story about the origins of Black culture, kind of sort of not the exact origins of Black culture. I don't want to misquote him, but pop culture in America, the origins of pop culture in America is probably more accurate. Yeah, super interesting story, guys. I gotta get a specific date from him so I can know exactly when he's gonna go live. But yeah, y'all see the advertisement. It's gonna come up on the screen. I guess why not put it on both streams? So we're gonna figure it out.
Okay. All right, that's what's up, man. Great show, though.
All right, big brother.
Show. All right, you can go ahead and close out. Peace, y'all.
All right, peace.